Mabusai! Happy Friday! I hope everybody's doing well. Sorry, I was like an hour late to stream. If you were on my Discord server or you follow me on Twitter, I did let you guys know I would be late today. Your girl started the Red Sea, and your girl woke up in a lot of pain this morning, so I had to take some medicine and wait for it to kick in. Yeah, it was not fun at all. Anyways, I hope everybody's doing well. It is Shark Week for me this week. It is Shark Week this week, so yeah, I'm feeling a little kind of I guess tired. Usually when I get these, it like zaps the energy out of me. So I had some coffee this morning. I'm drinking water, so hopefully it gets a little better. But yeah, today's React Day. It's gonna be React Day. I was gonna react to like 5 videos today, but I think I'm just gonna do 4 today because your girl's feeling a little ill. So hi, Odd Eyes. Welcome in. It is, oh my gosh, my birthday's on Sunday. We're not doing anything too crazy. I'm just letting you guys know we're not doing any like subathon, donathon activities. That's not happening this Sunday. So it's just gonna be just a chill birthday stream with friends and collabs and stuff. And you guys are gonna be getting my 2.5 model, which is great. I'm very excited, and new merch. I was gonna release a cover this weekend, but it looks like it's not gonna get finished in time, which I'm really sad about, but it's okay. It'll get released at some point, hopefully before the end of this month. That is the goal. It's my first time here. Welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Big appreciates. It happens. Yeah, it just like sucks because, you know, when you give people deadlines and they don't follow it, it's kind of very, very frustrating to work around. Very, very, very frustrating. So yeah. Oh, sorry, Marshmallow. She's been, I don't know what's been going on with her. She has been loving being in my office while I stream. Usually during this time of the day, she actually takes naps, but I don't know what's been going on. Hey, out of my office. Okay. Sorry, my cat was like, Mom, let me out. Let me out of your office now. 1 second. Who's Marshmallow? It's my cat. It's my cat. I have a dog and cat. My dog name is Nori and my cat's name is Marshmallow because she looks like a burnt marshmallow. So yeah. I don't know. I don't have too much to yap about today. I guess just trying to get through these last few days of streaming before I head off on vacation. So if you don't know, I will be on vacation next week. So you guys won't be seeing me for like a week or so. I will be back to stream for like maybe 2 days, and then right after that I will be gone again for off-kai. So you won't see me very much this month. You won't see me very much for the rest of this month, which is a little unfortunate. But yeah, you know, it's one of those things where summertime is a very busy time for VTubers, very busy time for just people in general. A lot of conventions happen, a lot of events happen during the summer because everybody's like kind of on vacation and taking off. So yay, off-kai, yay! Come to my meet and greet, guys. It's on Saturday. It's a virtual meet and greet. I'm not doing anything in person. That's not happening. But yeah, let's see. What else is going on? Once school's out, people get really busy. Yeah, I'm actually not really looking forward to going back to classes in August. So I had met with like my counselor. I have a new advisor and counselor this semester, so I met with them like not too long ago, and I had like kind of put like not a boundary, but I was just like, I ideally would really like to not take 5 classes this semester, just because the last 2 semesters I've taken 5 classes, I felt like I had no life and it was really sad. And then my advisor like looked at me and she was just like, so if you want to graduate on time, you should take 5 classes this semester. And I'm like, I want to graduate on time. So I did enroll in 5 classes this coming semester. We'll see if I drop one of them. But I mean, the last year or so, I've taken 5 classes every single semester. So, yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not at all. But I'm actually a little bit excited to the new chapter in my education. So it'll be great. So, yeah, I'm really excited. I took 5 a semester spring. Oh my god, it is actual torture. Like it's actually torture. Like I had my due dates last semester were like Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Like those were the 4 due dates. And if I was due 4 or 3, why not take 1 in the summer? So here's the problem with taking summer classes, and I took them last year. I actually maxed out on my summer classes last year. I didn't get a break. Like I missed out actually on a lot of events. I couldn't go to Off-Kai last year because I had school. I had to push like vacation back a little bit because of summer classes. And also I don't really like the, I guess, the faster pace classes. It just felt like every single day there was something due. So I was just always on edge every single day. So, I mean, 5 classes is fine. Like the last semester I did 5 classes. It was one of those things where 2 of my professors were really chill and didn't really assign too much work. It was one of those things, if you showed up to lecture, you got an A. So, it was like open book exams and everything. And like, he would literally like, whenever it was like study days, he would go over lecture slides and highlight the answers to the exam. So like when you take 5 classes and you have like a class like that, it's not too bad. But summer classes go really quick. They do, but the problem is that it's just like so much work. So much work. And it felt like every single day I just didn't have time to do anything else. And I was so anxious and every single day. So I'm like, I'd rather just take the summer off, dedicate my summer to like doing streaming and going to like all the fun VTuber events and just actually resting. Because I didn't actually really rest last year. I think I had like 1 month to myself, but I was traveling, visiting family, so yeah. I don't go back for like another month and a half. I don't go back for like another month and a half, but I'm not excited to go back. I'm so especially because I'm now going to my upper division classes, so it's not easy, quote unquote easy anymore. Not that like the other classes I was taking was easy. Man, I took pre-calc last semester and I literally wanted to kill myself in Minecraft. Listen, I'm decent at math. Like I would like to think I'm decent in math, but that class like actually killed me. Went to the mall and got some really cool stuff. Awesome. I try to stay away from the mall nowadays. You know, the mall, I feel like is just so filled with freaking blind boxes, and that's like my weakness. Okay, you guys know me, I really love taking a gamble. I like rolling the dice. So whenever I go to the mall, sometimes I leave with like 2 to 3 blind boxes of figures that will just sit in my office and collect dust. I need elective major class. How did I class? What the hell are you doing here? That's what I was told. Like, if you're gonna take a lot of classes, make sure like one of them's like a cool elective class. Which I did not sign up for an elective class this semester. I did sign up. They're all like core classes for my degree. So what's your top 10? I don't know if I can give you my top 10 because I feel like I can give you like my top 5. I really love Pancham. I love Tinkaton, Garchomp. I would even put Mousehold up there too. I love Mousehold a lot. And I've grown really like fond of Jellicent as well. I took all my electives last year. I might only need one more course left. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, I was told sometimes the strat is having like that one fun class, so that way, you know, your entire like semester isn't that miserable. But I will find a fun class to take next semester, I suppose. But yeah, I'm a little bit scared once school starts that it may affect my streaming and it may affect like my second channel, and I need to actually talk to my second channel team about that, but school's hard, guys. If you're in school, keep going. I believe in you. I know it's hard. Trust me. I've dropped out like multiple times, maybe like twice. I've dropped out twice because I was just so frustrated. And to be fair, I was dropping out because I was working like full time at a pretty miserable 9 to 5. But at the time I was like, I need to prioritize making sure I still have a roof over my head than getting my degree. But I'm very lucky to be like in a position right now where I can afford to just stream and do my and go to school full time. I'm very, very aware that I'm very privileged in that. As a computer major, shit gets abstracted and complicated when going down to the root. Yeah, I've actually thought about minoring in computer science. I was actually, my advisor was like, if there was a minor that I would really suggest you take, it's definitely computer science. And I've thought about it, but the thing is, my brain, like I've tried to learn how to code before. I've gone around like the basics and stuff, and I've just had a really hard time with it. And yeah, coding sucks. Like I could do math. I'm just, my brain, I guess, just isn't wired to do so. So yeah, I've actually really considered just like going for a minor in like either like economics or what do you call it? What's the other one I was looking at? Oh, communications, but I don't know just yet. I don't know how it'll actually affect like me in the future, but I'm sure it'll help. But I'll cross that bridge when I get there, I suppose. But I'm just enjoying the time I have now, streaming, having time off, I guess. It's been quite nice. I'm not gonna lie. Do what's best for you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the hydrate check. Thank you. I appreciate so much. Thank you. Yeah, today, whoa. Thank you, Vlad the Vamp, for the tier 1 sub. Big appreciate. Thank you. Guys, we have hit 4 months of consecutive 100 plus individually subbed viewers. So thank you guys so much. It helps me out a lot. You get awesome ad-free viewing and amazing emotes. There's a ton of emotes available for you guys to use. Study communication in college sounds vaguely familiar. I think it's more like, I guess, I want to do communications just to have, I guess, that extra background, but my brain's very business oriented, so that's my thing. I like the idea. I like data analyzing. That's the thing I really like. I like looking at numbers and being able to interpret them and being able to make a decision based off of them. I don't know. My brain's like, ooh, yes, that makes big sense. Big sense. It makes sense for me. Yeah, I'll like talk about it. Like I remember I had some assignments last semester and I would like show them to my friends and I'm like, yeah, this is like, these numbers correlate to this like group of people that responded to this product in this way, but they were only able to, you know, get it through this way. So we would have to like market it in this way. And they were just like, I don't get it. I'm Like, it's okay. I get it. It makes sense in my brain. Thank you guys for the hype, Jade. I'm glad you're better at school than one of my coworkers. He tried biochem physics first semester. He failed all of them. That sounds like a really bad idea. So I think I've told this like story on stream before, but I was in nursing for a little bit. I know, typical Filipino. My mom really wanted me to do nursing. And I think one of the biggest things why I ended up dropping out and changing my major from nursing to something else was because I had decided to take biology, chemistry, medical terminology, and like chem lab all in the same like semester, which all the nursing students in my like, because all of the nursing students they go to classes together essentially. And they told me that I was being stupid because they were like, don't take biology and chem specifically at the same time. Like take one later than the other. Oh, and then I also took anatomy and physiology. And here's the thing, I stacked all of those classes in one day and I had 12-hour days, like 3 days a week. It was horrible. And it burnt me out so much that in the like towards like the 75% mark in the semester, I ended up dropping out. And like in my head, I'm like, this isn't for me. I can't do this. And like part of me wonders if I had like allocated my classes a little better, that maybe if I had gone through with it, it would have been fine. But yeah, being an analyst, okay, well, if applied correctly, yeah, that's like my thing. Like I like being able to look at numbers and look at like analytics and stuff and be able to make decisions based off of it. That's why I enjoy like looking at my, I hate to say this, but I do look at my analytics a lot for YouTube, and like I'll monitor them and be like, okay, people are responding really well to these videos and it looks like they are dropping off at this time. What can we do to make it so people want to watch longer? And I'll make my decisions based off of that. It was pronounced Say. Actually, a lot of people call me Say. Actually, a lot of the Mythos staff refer to me as Say, as Sai, but I don't have a particular preference. Hi, Poseidon, just saying that you're the nicest goddess of Greek mythology in Mythos. Thank you. Everybody here is nice, though. I found you on YouTube. Yay! I love when viewers find me from YouTube. I love I love also, it's so the few people that come in from Instagram, it makes me happy too. Numbers usually don't lie and can't be manipulated if you're honest with the data. True. I call Sai C. I'm also new. Welcome in, guys. I appreciate all of you. What if you gave your viewers fruit? Wait, what is the hyperfixation with fruit today, guys? Is there something I'm missing? What is with the, why I feel like today we've talked about fruit a lot. What is going on? Is this like a thing going on right now? I am a little confusion. I'm not gonna lie. And my I is pronounced as AI, like I don't know. I was like I've always remembered like Sai as like Poseidon. I want a mango. I have actually consumed I've consumed so much watermelon today, or not today, this week. I don't know. I have a thing right now where I just want to cover all my fruit in tahine. If you don't know what tahine is, it's like one of those Mexican like salt lime seasonings, and you can put them on things. And I really love putting them on fruit. And I've just been eating copious amounts of watermelon with tahine on it. It's so good. Can you not grow watermelon in your garden? I probably can, but it needs a lot of space, if I'm remembering correctly now. I am having a zucchini problem, guys, okay? My zucchini plant literally keeps spawning zucchinis, and I don't know what to do with them. I've been making zucchini muffins. I've been roasting them, and I'm like, I put them in like curry and everything, and I don't know what else to do with them. I don't know. Do I just start giving them away? Infinite food hack. If you need to choose between Thor and Odin, who do you choose? Don't ask me that question. I don't want to pick favorites. I don't want to pick favorites. Am I allowed to ask what it's for? Can I not answer both? Sell them? Oh my god. I don't even know. How would I sell them? Guys, I have zucchini. Who wants to buy them? And they're massive too. They're like actually so big. It's like one morning I wake up and they're like little tiny baby zucchinis, and then the next day they grow to be like multiple feet long. Facebook Marketplace. Dude, I've seen so many diabolical things on Facebook Marketplace. My parents and kiddo got me Lego sets for my birthday today. Oh, happy birthday! Give zucchini to my neighbor. I could. I don't know. I'm kind of tired of the zucchini right now. I'm like, I give me a different vegetable. Give me a different vegetable. You cannot say both. Am I allowed to ask what it's for? I don't know if I want to answer the question because I don't want people to seem like I'm picking favorites. They're both awesome. They're both amazing people. Selling vegetables and make a Facebook Marketplace is kind of sus. True, it is a little sus. I've seen diabolical things on Facebook Marketplace. So I'm getting an occasional audio thing that seems like your mic isn't fully plugged in. What? Are you guys? Is my mic okay? Is my mic okay? Okay, one of my mods is saying there's like a ping going on. My mic isn't fully plugged in. I don't hear anything. It sounds fine? Huh. I'm like checking my cords. Everything is plugged in. My like XLR and everything is like almost bolted to my desk. So I don't know. Is my ASMR mic going on? Does your sound a bit off? It's probably because I'm tired. I'm like being tired today. Oh my god, my Spotify wasn't going on this whole time. Here, let me see if I can like listen to myself. That might be it. Oh, you know what? Probably the Spotify hasn't been playing, so you guys have been hearing just raw audio this whole time. I don't know. It might be my AC. I have my AC going on all day. Like I don't fuck with the heat here in Atlantis. It's too goddamn hot. I was getting flamed. I remember I think I talked about it on the stream, and somebody's like, if you keep your AC on too long, you will pay a very big bill on your AC, your electric bill. And I have found actually keeping your AC on all day is cheaper than turning it off or turning it on, waiting for it to get cool, and then turning it off again, and then when it gets too hot, turning it back on. It's actually cheaper because your AC unit is going to be working harder to try to like keep the room or like the house at a constant temperature, because it's gonna have to work harder, and then yeah. But if you keep it on, it's going to work to get it at the same temp, and then it's not going to take as much energy to keep it at that temp, if that makes sense. So I tested it one summer. I remember my AC bill was like stupidly high when I was doing that, and then I kept my AC on literally all day for like a month. It was cheaper. So yeah, I don't mess with that. Admittedly though, my AC bill has been a little higher, but it's because they're raising prices. They've been raising the prices on electricity, and I'm like, no, stop it. Stop. Ad break and I come into AC talk. Yeah, I remember somebody, I think a while back, was just like, don't do that, your AC bill's gonna be high. I'm like, I would rather keep it on all day and have it lower. But
great.
Yeah.
I think I got it, but just in case, tell me the whole thing again. I wasn't listening.
Dude, wait, the Lego movie is so peak. I actually was rewatching part of it while I was doing some stuff, and I remember how awesome that movie is. You can suffer the heat for a cheaper build, but that's not true. I mean, I guess it's true. If you don't keep your AC on at all, then you do, I guess, pay less, but I'd rather just keep it on and pay my $200, $300 bill. That's not too bad for, I think, leaving the AC on all summer. Yeah, the Lego movie is fucking peak. I remember, I think I took a college class. It was actually like, I think my first semester in college. I did like a film class, and I wrote an entire, I think like 6-page paper on just the Lego movie and how good it was. $300 to keep an AC. That's just my entire bill. So that's including like my lights, my TV, my PC. I would like to think that's not too bad. Yeah, it was like the entire drawing the jersey done by your birthday. Yippee! People were flaming me for being a Dodger fan. I was just like, what? I love the Dodgers. They're great. I was freaking out. No, that's just like my entire bill for the month. Not too bad. All the Lego movies are peak. I actually admittedly haven't seen the rest of the Lego movies. I've only seen the first one, because I also heard the ones right after are kind of buns. Shohei Ohtani, my goat. Truk. But yeah, should we get to reacting? I am feeling quite a bit like low energy today, so sorry guys. My period is killing me today. I'm very I like the Blue Jays because they're the only Canadian team. JMC react. We're reacting to Papa Meat today. Papa Meat. Now, question is, which Papa Meat video are we watching? I'm in low energy too. Yeah, I feel like I've been zapped. I've been zapped a little bit. We could watch the newest video talking about the Lego. The Lego, what is it? The bricks and minifigs situation. I've watched like some videos on it. That entire freaking saga is crazy. I don't know why though. I've also been zapped. My pay was delayed for a week and I've literally had my first meal 4 days today. No, I'm so sorry. I'm glad you got paid though. Everybody deserves to be paid for their work. Oh my God, brother. Okay, 1 second. I love when people spam my chat. Also, guys, I feel like... Whoa! Would you react to Pokemusu? Pokemon Monster Girls? That's a thing? Pokemusu? What that? Had a job interview yesterday. Good luck! Good luck! Good luck! Good luck! Good luck! Good luck! Also, guys, I have been noticing it quite a bit in chat, and I'm just gonna like address it right now. If I miss your message, please don't keep spamming it, because first of all, that's against the chat rules, and second of all, if you keep spamming it, I'm not going to probably respond to it. Also, if we can be sure to keep chat on topic, like for example, if we're talking about, I don't know, what are Poseidon's favorite French fries or something, please keep it on topic. Yeah, I don't want to derail like the conversation, especially because I'm very ADHD, so it's best we kind of keep track and flow our conversations naturally. So please, if that could, yeah, YouTube chat spamming. I tend to notice YouTube chat has a little more spammers. I'm ADHD too. No, it's okay. Like, I don't mind like the occasional like questions and stuff, but if it's like constant spamming and all of that, it gets a little frustrating. It's like, oh guys, please be respectful. Please be respectful. Anyway, YouTube vloggers, please chill. Yeah, it's funny. I think I mentioned it the other day. It's like I get questions from other like YouTubers, like, "Oh, is your Twitch chat more active or YouTube? And like, who's more behaved?" And I feel like it depends on the day. Like some days YouTube chat is pretty chill, and then some days it's pretty wild, and then the same goes for Twitch, where like some days you guys are super chill, and then some days you guys are wild. And there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just like, you know, the occasional stinky person will come in and ruin things. Like I remember there was somebody that made like 10 alternative accounts. 10 alternative accounts to like try to evade their ban. And like they made it very obvious that it was them. Yeah, it was crazy. And then we recently had someone, was it yesterday's stream? I'm going to make fun of them because, first of all, like, it was kind of, they got banned in my chat for self-promoting, which is against the rules. And they had the audacity to be like, well, I didn't know. Nobody told me it was against the rules. And I'm like, brother, first of all, it's Twitch etiquette to not do that. Like, most streamers don't like when people do that. And then, second of all, if I'm remembering correctly, like, is it in my rules? It should be. Watch my streams. I don't think it is, actually. But I think the keep chat on topic is kind of applies to that. But it's Twitch etiquette to not self-promo yourselves in someone else's chat. No one warned me. Yes, we did. Yeah, I think they were actually sent a warning from my mods, and then they didn't listen and they got banned. And then they sent a unban request in 100, like a chat GPT unban request. Oh, thank you for the follow. They sent a chat GPT unban request, and then they got denied, and then they made a new account. They made a new account and came into my chat yesterday saying, hey, I think I was unfairly banned. I didn't know. I wasn't actually self-promoting. And they got banned again. And I'm like, dude, what the heck? So after that, I think we have like actually sent, so I think my mods actually made like a real, they sent their stuff to the rest of the other Mythos mods. So now the other mods for the other talents know, just in case they decide to be stinky in other people's chats. But it's like, if you're gonna do an unban request, can you at least do the decency of typing it yourself and not putting it through ChatGPT? I have not watched One Piece recently, no. Yeah, that guy made so many alternative accounts. It was actually low-key kind of crazy. It was actually insane. I don't even know how somebody has the time to do all that. Like, how many emails do you actually have? To write yourself as OMG, reading ChatGPT sucks fonts, yeah. Like, it's funny because their chat, like, because we can track your messages. Like, if I clicked on someone's username, I could see their entire message history, and so are our mods. So it was very obvious it was ChatGPT, one, because their typing style did not match, and like their grammar and everything didn't match with their unban request. And then there was just like too many M dashes. And like it's come to the point now where I can't trust that every single M dash was written by a person. So, and then one of my mods actually ran it through like one of those like AI detectors, and it was 100% ChatGPT. So yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, we can see your messages, and we do take them into account. I love the Twitch modding. I think they made Twitch mod view very, very nice. I wish they did that with YouTube though. If YouTube, I I think my mods would have a better time on YouTube because I know my mods hate modding on YouTube. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, mods. But it's much nicer on Twitch. It's much nicer. The worst I've ever heard for sicko behavior. It was a dude in a death cult. Oh my god, yeah. It was just annoying. Because I've had people come in before, like, I think even during my Pokemon TCG streams, I'll have, like, other Pokemon TCG streamers come into my chat and, like, tell people to go watch their stream. Like, I think I've had that, like, once or twice. Does have a chat log, but we can't have it to the side or as a pop-up. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. I hope, and I hope that there is, like, a dev team, a design team working on making a better modding experience for mods on YouTube. I hope. Because Twitch is so ahead. What TCG do you recommend playing? I really, like yesterday, I think teaching Pokemon TCG, learning it is really great because it's a very standard TCG. It's easy to learn. My memory sucks. It's all good. You play Chinese and I watched. No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, it's just really, like, annoying. And especially, you would think streamers themselves would have a streamer etiquette, you know? Like, you don't come into other people's streams and tell their viewers to come watch yours. Like, I feel like that's so freaking rude. It is so incredibly rude. Some people just have no class, yeah. I'm gonna warn people on YouTube so I don't gotta talk to them in front of chat, yeah. Twitch does a really good job at that, at, like, making it so you can warn someone privately. You don't have to call them out in front of everybody. But yeah, I usually let my mods handle that. But then there's like the few chatters that I'm like, no, I'm gonna call you out in front of everybody because that's annoying and it's rude. And you've been warned multiple times. When's your birthday? On Sunday. We're doing a birthday countdown stream tomorrow. And then we're doing a actual birthday stream on Sunday. Yeah. I guess not new model, upgraded model, and then merchandise. Yeah. I guess people telling everybody they don't know how awkward they appear. Yeah, I agree, which is why it's like warnings are important, but when you ignore the warnings, I feel like that's when you're like, okay, well, you are just like not respectful at all. Happy birthday, Sai. In case I'm busy, you're good. Thank you. The reverse of Mart. Because I'm very excited for my birthday. It's going to be a very chill day. It's going to be all call-ins and collabs. And then, of course, time with chat. So, yeah. Very, very excited. We're not doing any donathon. We're not doing any subathon. But if you would like to get me a gift, I do have a throne. I do have a throne. I'm still waiting for my Roomba to get up on it. Can you tell I really want this Roomba? I really, really want this Roomba. I know somebody asked you your timeout, not get the message, and just move to Twitch. I feel like, from my understanding, it happens a lot with, like, TCG games. Any cool plans for your vacation? Just chilling. I can talk about my vacation after I get back. There is something I did, and I wasn't aware that I did. All I can say is I booked a reservation to a restaurant that I didn't know, like, the owner of the restaurant until, like, I got a notification like, oh, your reservation's coming soon. And I looked at it and I was like, I had no idea this person owned this restaurant. So I'll tell you, I will probably take pictures and stuff. I'm very excited. It's very much like disconnected. I'm gonna have like my phone and laptop on me in case like any emergencies happen, because you know it's the week before Offkai. You never know. You never know. Give the watch hog. No, don't give me a watch hog for my birthday. Please don't. Please don't. I will strangle the watch hog. The owner was Uncle Roger. It's all good. Appreciate it. I'm just happy if you guys show up on my birthday. I think that's like the biggest thing. I'm just like, I just don't want to be alone on my birthday. For a birthday gift for myself, I bought 2 cases of the Mega Dream cards. Ooh, is there an on guy? There's on key, but Mythos is no longer guesting at on key. You Watchhog and Young Goose. No! Give her a Pancham plush. You know what's unfortunate? I think I own every single Pancham plush in existence. Look, so here's like the thing, right? I'm very lucky, not lucky. I'm happy that my favorite Pokemon isn't a very popular Pokemon because they don't get very much merch. But it also makes me sad because I kind of wish there was more merchandise. But you know what? We take what we can get, you know? Take what we can get. Yeah. A Pangoro. Pancham and Pangoro share the same spot. Is there a shiny Pancham plush? No. I just have like the Sitting Cutie one, I think. The Polka Doll and like the rest of them. Trust me, I've looked through everything and I think I own every single like at least official Pokemon merch. Pancham, your favorite mom? It is. I love pandas. Pandas are my favorite Pokemon. Pandas are my favorite Pokemon. Or favorite Pokemon. Favorite animal. Mine's in February, no pool parties for me. But February is like the cool month with all of the chocolate and the romance and the flowers. Is your favorite movie Kung Fu Panda? No. No. I like the first 3 Kung Fu Panda movies, and then after that, we don't talk about Kung Fu Panda 4. I watched it, and I was like, this is just straight ass. I do have an art channel, yes. I have an art tag on Twitter as well. It's just Artlantis. What about Spinda? Spinda's fine. Giants or Reds? Giant Pandas. Giant Pandas. All my homies hate Kung Fu Panda 4. Kung Fu Panda 4 is a horrible film. Horrible, horrible, horrible film. Actually, just straight booty cheeks. I don't even know why that's a thing. Okay. Let's see. I said we were gonna react, and I've been yapping. This happens literally every single time. Jack Black's got bills to pay. Listen, man, I respect it. I respect the hustle. Why is it like this? Why am I cut off? I love low tide, but you're so fun to talk to. Am I? Am I not boring to you guys? I get like super self-conscious all the time. I'm like, am I boring? Am I not entertaining to watch? And that's okay if people don't think that way. That's okay. Pancham, my baby, my baby, my baby. Yeah, I love Pancham. I love Tinkaton. I love Mousehold. I love Garchomp, Jellicent, Flareon. That might be like my top 6. TBH. Our shared ADHD mesh. Oh god. The way you talk is cute. Dude, there's some people, it's so funny. Like I get these comments all the time actually on my YouTube and stuff. People think I'm a guy. They're like, is Poseidon a guy? Using a girl model? And I'm like, huh?
Actually, I'm a girly pop. I hate to break it to you, but I have boobies and a coochie, and I'm currently bleeding right now because my uterus is shedding.
I don't know. I guess the way I talk, and sometimes, like, I guess the way I talk, my voice sounds, I sound a little low like this. I don't know. My voice can either go, like, really high like this, and I'll talk like this, or I'll talk like this. So there's some people that are like, oh, is Poseidon actually a guy? I'm like, no, I just, my voice just likes to shift pitches all the time. Whoa! Serenata Magia, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raiders. For those who are new here, hi, my name is Poseidon. I'm the goddess of the seas, earthquakes, and horses. And I'm a VTuber with the VTuber talent agency, Mythos. Thank you so much for the raid. I've been raided by the greatest villain of all time. I'm so honored. So honored. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What'd you guys do today? What'd you guys do today? Oh. Some girls have low voices while some guys have higher voices. It's just that simple. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like my voice goes up and down all the time. It just is like, I don't know, like my friends will watch my streams and they will literally, like, when we hang out, they're like, you have a different voice when you stream. I'm like, do I? I feel like I talk the same. Maybe, maybe like when I'm a little more higher energy, I'll pitch my voice up a little bit, but it's not like I'm purposefully doing it. It's just when I have high energy like this, it just naturally goes up. Or like today, I'm like feeling kind of tired. My body is like right now, so I'm like, sorry guys, I'm feeling a little tired. You know, play the new SAO game. I hope it was fun. I hope you had a good time. If you got a raid and run, no worries. No worries. Did you know that Nova got mistaken for a little white boy multiple times? Yeah. I can attest to you as someone who's hung out with Nova multiple times in person. She is not a little white boy. She is not a little white boy, I promise. I think Nova's actually pretty tall. She taller than me? I can't remember. I don't know. I'll have to hang out with her again to find out. Who's Nova? I don't know. I feel like Nova sounds like a lizard. Nova's tall. I don't believe she's 5'10". That's pretty tall for a girly. Right, she's just a little guy. Yeah, she's actually like quite tall. No, Nova's not a big black man. That's Trey. You guys, Trey, I haven't met him in person, but he's come to my meet and greets at different cons multiple times. That man is, holy moly. He could be a basketball player. I think he is a basketball player, actually. He's a basketball player. How I found Nova. Yeah, if you guys like Yu-Gi-Oh, go hang out with Nova. She streams in the evenings. For me, at least. Like, she streams at night. He probably plays for the Spurs. It'd be cool if he did. Imagine he was, like, secretly a Spurs player and he owns a VTuber agency. Trey is ballin'. Trey is ballin'. Classic chat, yeah. I mean, I can't expect everybody in chat to, like, be on their best behavior. I would want everybody to be on their best behavior, but I can't expect every single person, right, to be on their best behavior. I found a skunk. What? Speaking of, I had this idea. I was like, I remember back in the day, as I'm not talking as if this was like something I was thinking about like a year and a half ago. but I remember I was like, if Mythos ever exploded and I had to like make a new VTuber, I thought it would be really funny if I was like a TCG VTuber that was a skunk. So everybody can come and chat and call me Stinky because I'm a skunk. Perfect to hit the LGS, we'll be back later. Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun. They've got no excuse. True. I think having the expectation of people being nice on the internet nowadays is kind of like not realistic anymore. Not realistic. Especially like if you go to certain spaces like Twitter. Twitter is one of the like meanest, most cruel spaces I have ever like existed in. Like, I try really hard to not stay on Twitter for too long because if I keep scrolling and I keep looking at posts, I just see some of like the nastiest comments from people. And I'm like, how do you live with yourself being that mean? People are just so miserable. Like, I'm so sorry. I feel kind of bad. Yeah, I think a skunk VTuber, a skunk TCG VTuber would be fucking fire. Expecting Twitter to not be toxic is also not realistic. True. Be terrible about it when my sports teams win, but I'll never make it personal to say unhinged things. True. That was like one of the things I feel like I had a really big problem with. Like I'm sad that the Knicks won this year because I was going for the Spurs. but the actual like Knicks fan base, horrible. Like there were people were getting hurt outside. People were like sending death threats to other like Spurs fans. It was pretty bad. Like people were like, somebody, I think I saw a video, they were in a Spurs jersey and they were like, people were beating that person up. People were like putting out bombs and stuff, and it was pretty bad. Yes, New York City turned into Gotham, which I guess isn't surprising. Like, I understand being prideful as a city and like being like, this is our team or whatever, but I don't think any other city's sports team and like their fan base would have done that, you know? I don't know. I just don't think having the excuse of like, oh, that's just how New York City is valid, you know? My hockey team won the Stanley Cup and I keep receipts, but oh yeah, New York City was pretty bad. Yeah. The team is fine. Like, I have no problem with the team winning. I think I had more of a problem with like people, the actual fan base, you know? Stuff like this is why I stick to YouTube. Yeah, social media spaces though are always, there's always gonna be like bad parts of it. She doesn't know about Philly or Detroit. I had one of my best friends, she lived in Detroit for a little bit, and I was like, so how was Detroit? And she just looked at me and she was just like, and I'm like, okay, I think I understand what you're trying to tell me. I think I understand what you're trying to tell me. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ask the question. Only social media I use is YouTube. I think if it weren't for the fact that I was a VTuber, I don't think I would be like on Twitter. And do you have a YouTube? Also, yes, I multi-stream on YouTube. So there's like, if you look at my little chat, if you see like the red chats, those are coming from my YouTube chatters. But yes, I do have a YouTube. I have 2 YouTubes. I have my main YouTube and then I have my second channel. My second channel, Size Trident, which is where I daily upload. Well, technically, I actually daily upload on both channels, but... Detroit isn't as bad as it once was. I believe you. Places get better. I will say, when I went to Los Angeles this past, like, last week, for Anime Expo, because I've been to Los Angeles multiple times. I've been to Anime Expo multiple times. I feel like Los Angeles has been getting worse and better at the same time. I think Los Angeles's like public transportation is getting better, but I think the overall like quality of the city has went down. Once upon a time, I wanted to move to Los Angeles to pursue like voice acting, and then now it's like, I don't know. This place feels a little bit it doesn't feel great anymore. I don't think I'd ever want to live here. It's too much. The traffic's bad. The air quality's bad. The weather's fine. Like, I didn't mind the weather, but it was just too much. And I think if I were to, like, move to a city, I would want to move somewhere where it's walkable and public transportation. But finding those places are actually really expensive. Like those places that exist, they're expensive. I'll deal with New York traffic over LA any day. Yeah, I always hear that LA traffic is like the worst traffic out of like the major cities. Because at least in New York, right? You guys have like the subway. You guys have a really good public transportation system. Los Angeles, they are trying to put a metro in. There is a metro. But, because I took it. I was taking it. And I'm like, okay, this isn't too bad, but it's not as great as New York. Like, I've been to New York twice, New York City, and I really love the public transportation over there. Good, but not safe. To be fair, I think most major cities are not, like, safe. Not, like, 100% safe. Like, there are pockets in Los Angeles that are, like, fine. And then there are pockets that are not. And I think you could kind of say the same with New York, right? Like, people talk about how safe Brooklyn is and how great it is. And then you go to the Bronx and people are like, it's not the safest place. I have an aunt, actually, that, like, she works in New York City. She actually works in the Bronx. And she has told me so many stories about how she would just take the subway home and things would just happen on the subway. Texas is where most of the VAs are from. So there are there are a few actually voice acting hubs. So a lot of the animes are dubbed in Los Angeles and Dallas, Texas. So Crunchyroll is based in Dallas, Texas. And I believe Bang Zoom is based in Los Angeles. So when you're watching like an English dub and anime, you're probably hearing it from one of those two studios. There are some studios in Vancouver, Canada. I've seen, for I think a while, Pokemon was dubbed in New York City, if I'm remembering correctly. A lot of New York was a dubbing hub for a little bit, but I don't think it's as common anymore. There's still like a voice acting scene up there, but it's not as big as like Los Angeles and Dallas. I know there are a few in Chicago as well. What anime dubs I have worked on? I've mainly worked in animation. That has kind of been where I'm at, like prelay animation. So if you don't know what prelay animation is, so basically the first step in the process is like storyboarding and recording. And then what you do is like you go in, you don't have to lip sync anything. They just give you the script and tell you to like basically act it out. And then the animators will go in and animate to your voice. So yeah, the only anime I've ever worked on, I did Walla for. So I did background voices. There was one anime I did like one office girl voice. Like there was like 2 or 3 lines where the office lady was coming in and telling her boss something and then she left. I did one with that. Yeah. What do you really want to work on? I don't know. I've really liked doing ADR for a little bit. Like I'm ADR trained. Like I've been to multiple classes and workshops and I've done like coaching and stuff, or I've been coached on ADR, where ADR is when you're dubbing anime. So you have to voice and act the lines out to the lip flaps of the original animation. So most of the time you see ADR in anime. ADR can also apply to films where, you know, either one, you're dubbing over a foreign film, or two, a lot of the times actors, like regular working actors, will, if for any reason like the audio's fucked in the scene that they filmed, they will go into studio and ADR it. And usually it's done really well where you won't notice, but because I've done so much like training and stuff like that, and I think I have a pretty decent ear of when I can hear when something is dubbed or ADR'd. I like being in the movie theater watching, like, for example, like Backrooms. I think there was like 1 or 2 lines I remember hearing. I'm like, that was ADR. That voice line did not come from the actual filming itself. They went in and dubbed over it because perhaps maybe the line didn't come out right or the mic didn't pick it up correctly. Yeah. Literally work English happening for Netflix. No, you're fine. Yeah, it is so obvious. Sometimes it's more obvious than others. Sometimes it's a lot more obvious than others. If they can get it properly mixed. How do they get around animations where the mouth is moving longer than the voice line after translation? You have to just spread out the line. Like, that's why sometimes people are like, why does English dubbing sound in anime sound like awkward? And it's because they will have to say the line in a way that goes like with the lip flaps, because most of the time I think there have been instances where they kind of manipulated the lip flaps a little bit, but it's not as common. It's a lot easier for the studios to just be like, hey, voice actor, can you just make sure that whatever you're saying matches the lip flaps? So then you'll hear, like, for example, if I say like the line, I really love peanut butter, that's how someone would naturally say it. But in Japanese, obviously they talk differently, and maybe the line, I really like peanut butter, will be translated a lot shorter or longer. So then you'll hear like something more closer to like, I really like peanut butter, or I really like peanut butter. Like there'll be like pauses in between certain words to try to like elongate things, right? So yeah, sorry, I really like talking voice acting. I'm not a working professional or anymore, at least, but I feel I held on to a lot of that knowledge and training and all of that. So yeah, I've actually thought about getting back into it, but we'll see where I just one of those things. It's like we'll see where it takes me. Yeah. Just curious, never knew. Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. Very interesting. It's fun. ADR can be actually quite hard because it's almost like you're playing a game of, all right, let me make sure I remember the line and read the line correctly, but also I need to watch how the mouth flaps go. So when voice actors record ADR, we have like headphones on, and then you hear like beeps. It'll like be like beep, 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 like a bigger beep, and after that big beep, that's when you start your line. So yeah. Go shoot your shot again. Yeah. I've been auditioning for projects, so hopefully one bites, you know. On average, I think 1 to 3 auditions out of like 100 usually make it in. So we'll see. I don't have no standard wavelength or frame. It's pretty easy to edit the lip flaps, but also it's harder for them because it's like you don't want to touch the actual animation themselves, because most of the times those anime studios only give dubbing rights to them, so they're only allowed to really work on the audio of the anime. They're not really allowed to touch like anything else. Are all the lines for a character recorded alone if they're doing scene with another character anime? Most of the time, yeah. You see a lot of like people. So if you've seen like those videos of like behind the scenes of the studio, where multiple actors are in the same room, it's most of the time just prelay animation, where they're recording the audio first and then they animate on top of the audio. But if you're recording like on top of already an existing piece of media, most of the time you'll go in one by one. Most of the time. So that's why whenever you see like anime voice actors, like those videos of all of them together, it's because the animation itself isn't finished. So, and it's easier for them to kind of go, you know, animate when everybody's kind of together. What favorite anime would you like to be allowed officially? I don't know if I have like a favorite character and a favorite anime I'd like to voice officially, because I feel like most of the characters I really like are already voiced by wonderful, talented people. But if I wanted to voice in something, I would love to voice in an idol anime or like a magical girl anime. Those are my 2 things. And there's ghost stories where they said F, say what you want. True, that anime studio literally, like, did not care. Like, they were just like, this anime did so bad in Japan, just do whatever you want with it. But that was a very, very special case. It wasn't, like, anything too crazy, you know? And probably do table read at most then. Yeah, I don't even think table reads are very common in, like, anime voice acting. Most of the time, you just get the sides. Get the script, and that's it. Table reads, I think, are more common for, like, larger animated projects and stuff like that. Ghost Story was abridged before it even left Japan. I don't even know the original plot of Ghost Stories. Have you tried audiobook narrations? I have. Here's the problem with audiobooks. So here's the thing. Audiobooks pay so much money. So actually, you'd be surprised. Anime dubbing doesn't pay. A lot of people think anime dubbing pays a lot of money. It doesn't. Most voice actors who are working voice actors, they make the bulk of their money in either audiobooks or commercials. Commercials pay so much money. So much money. It's crazy. And is it reacting time? Yeah, in a little bit. Can I yap? Please? Please and thank you. Anyways. Dubbing is only good if you're good to go. Yes. Voice actors will make the majority of their money from either commercials, commercials, audiobooks, or convention appearances. Those will always kind of pay more than like audiobooks, or not audiobooks, like anime dubbing. Which is like fine. But here's the thing with audiobooks, right? So when you get an audiobook job, they expect you to record and they expect you to edit. And audiobooks can take up to like, I've seen audiobooks take up to 300 hours just to complete. And it's a lot of work. It is a lot. Like, It's insanely a lot, and I've seen voice actors work on like the same book for months. They expect you to edit too. Yeah, most of the time they expect you to edit. Most of the time. The paycheck's quite nice though, but if you do the math, oftentimes it's actually like, it's okay. Yeah, it's pretty miserable. There's quite a few audiobook streamers. Audiobook like streamers where they will just live stream themselves recording an audiobook, and you will literally just watch them just like read the line, and if they mess up they have to undo it, re-record. Okay, let me cut out the dead space, let me make sure there's no popping sounds. Oh crap, there was a click, I have to put on a declicker effect on this line. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. So audiobooks never really, I guess, tickled my fancy. Merchandise driven shows like Pokemon Hard Value Rose or VAs. Did you get a chance to voice in a commercial for merch? Yeah. Yeah. That's why when people complain that, oh my god, I can't believe this voice actor is charging for autographs and prints at a convention, they should sign my stuff for free. Voice actors are for the most part freelancers. They don't have a 9-to-5. They're fighting for their money all the time. That's why they're charging like $15 to $30 for their autograph, you know? Yeah. I have so much respect for people who work on like long-term audiobook jobs. Like there's some voice actors or voice actors that literally only do audiobooks because that's the only, they have only enough time to work on that, and that's like kind of their consistent workflow, and some people really enjoy it. I guess I'm just not really one of those people. I remember I was training, I was doing a lot of ADR training. I did a lot of character and animation training because my specialty was like high energetic characters. And then the one thing I've really struggled with is actually commercial. Because here's the thing, when they give you direction for commercial, they're like, we need you to sound casual and natural, but not at the same time. And it's like, what does that sound like? So that was always something I was really struggling with. I had like a commercial coach for a little bit, and it was always a struggle. I really couldn't get it down, which is why I never got a commercial reel done, because I wasn't ready to do a commercial reel. I wonder if I can play you guys just a small part of my demo reel. Just a small part. I'll show you guys I'll let you guys listen to like my favorite part of my reel. It's funny, it's the last one. I actually wish they put it up in the front, but the guy working on my reel, he insisted this be the last part, and I'm like, okay, sure. Oh, that's so funny. I'm going through like all my voiceover and audition folders, and there's like a voiceover. I forgot I did some of the Off-Kite Expo announcements. What year was this? Oh, it was last year. I recorded some Off-Kite Expo announcements. So I don't know if anybody actually heard any of that, because they had me record like some, I think I was doing like, please be sure to stay seated and enjoy the show, like stuff like that. That's so funny. I forgot I had this. Let me just make sure this is the right reel. Yeah, commercial directors, I mean, I understand what they're trying to get across. It's just sometimes it's hard to execute, if that makes sense. Hold on, let me just make sure. Let me see. Let me make sure I get to like my favorite part of this demo. Can I hook this up? I think I can hook this up here. This is like my favorite part on my reel. One day I'll stop being people shy and I'll upload my reel for reals, but one day I'll stop being people shy. Is it this? Wait, can you guys hear it? Did you guys hear that? Or no? Reels for real? Nope. Oh! Hear what? Okay, it was not playing then. Sorry. Had to clear my throat. I'm just making sure I connected the correct thing. Man, these audio output programs make me want to crash out. Look at this. Can you guys hear it?
Don't you think it's time you just gave up? We've had a merry
Okay, I think you guys can hear it. I can't.
Knives. We shouted hilarious fun mode.
It's my favorite part.
We're at the end, and there can only be one winner. And as usual, it will be me.
Oh, who's that? That's my voice. I recorded that. To be fair, I recorded this like, God, how long did I record this demo ago? Like 3 years ago? This demo's like 3 years old. But I spent way too much money on this demo. Yeah, that's my favorite part. I love doing little villainous crazy girl voices. It's so fun. I actually go ballistic in the booth. Like those times I've done that stuff, I've literally like I come out of like the recording session like, oh, I'm tired. I'm so tired. So tired. Sound like a hero trailer for a MOBA or character shooter or something. Thank you. I will take that as a compliment. Hello, water lady. Hello. Thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I do some voice acting work for Mary Weather. It's a lot of fun. The comics he has are fun. I do not have the voice for VA work. Yeah, actually something you learn, you have to kind of learn throughout doing like type of work like this is having good stamina for it. I think people mistake a lot of the time doing like impressions. Like people think impressions, like voice impressions equal like voice acting, which it's like a very small part. Like there will be some jobs that are like, we really need somebody who sounds a lot like, I don't know, the Joker. Like it wouldn't be for like a role for the Joker, but people would be like, there would be casting directors that are like, we're looking for a Joker type voice. And then they'll like kind of find somebody who's like can do a decent impression and then work off of that. Like, okay, good impression, but maybe add more rasp into the voice. Or can we lower his pitch a little bit and make him sound like maybe just a little more erratic, you know, stuff like that. So people think that doing impressions equals voice acting. I don't think it is. I think voice acting, you really need to be good at acting. Acting is like the number one thing. So I see a lot of voice actors nowadays, or like up and coming voice actors, they make that mistake of like, well, I can do a really good Goofy voice, or I can do a really good Bakugo voice. I can do really good in as a voice actor. And it's like they don't have the acting fundamentals, and that's like the number one thing. So usually I always tell people who want to get into voice acting, if you can, go take classes. Whether that's in the form of taking acting classes at your local theater, at your college, or there are classes online for voice acting. There are special tailored classes. I cannot tell you how many commercial classes I've taken, how many animation classes I've taken, and usually in those classes, the instructor will kind of a term I've heard a lot is like giving you tools to add to your acting toolbox. So whenever the situation or the opportunity comes, you can just go take it out of your toolbox and use it. And I really like the classes that give you like at least 2 to 3 like tries to try to like, act in front of the director will give you notes. Okay, wait. I really liked the voice, the pitch of the voice and the type of voice you'd put on, but I would really like to see you have more, I guess, mobility in the way you act. You know, if that makes sense. Yeah. Sounds like sounding like someone talking to someone. Exactly. It's what it takes and try to sell into a class, right? Shit was tougher than people expect. Yep. It's hard. It's really hard. I think people forget that voice acting is acting. You don't just talk into a mic. You just don't. You have to genuinely put on a performance that's believable. If the voice director can believe you, then you're golden. Because if he can believe you, or they, sorry, he, she, they, believe you, then there's a good chance that the audience will too. So, yeah. It's a really competitive industry. I'm not going to sit here and sugarcoat it and be like, wow, you know, if you work hard enough, you'll make it into the big leagues. And like, as much as like that advice is pretty solid, I've seen way too many people who have worked their butts off and done everything they possibly could and still not make it. It's, again, one of those industries I feel like there's your connections matter, I feel like, as much as your talent. Because you can have the greatest talent in the world, but if you don't have the connections and you don't have the networking skills, you're not going to make it. And that's unfortunately a different ball field. And I feel like that's something I really struggled with when I was like trying, was the networking and like the, I guess, networking aspect of it. Because everybody was trying to network and it was really hard to like, I guess, talk to people and try to not make yourself come off as like someone who's a kiss ass. So, yeah. And you can actually apply that, I guess, advice, right, to people in the job market too. I've seen way too many, like I had a friend who was applying for like a big like 6-figure job and he had like the qualifications and it came down to the final round between him and the like the director of the department's daughter. And she was not qualified for the job, but she only made it that far because her dad was the director of the department. She had the connection. So luckily, though, he ended up getting the job, but it's like, dang, it really came down to someone who was actually qualified versus someone who was not qualified at all, but because she had the connections and the people, she made it. Like, that's just an unfortunate, like, reality, right, of the job market. That's why it's really important. I'm making it a really, like, I guess, like, something I focus on and try to get better is, like, trying to reach out and, you know, network. There's a difference to, like, genuine networking versus someone who's only doing it with the goal of like trying to get a job. Like, you can tell right away. Because I've seen way too many colleagues too. They'll be like, I cold emailed this guy to ask if he can get me into the department and he didn't respond. And I'm like, well, yeah, he didn't respond because he knew that you were only interested in like trying to get a job. You know, oftentimes if you want to network with somebody, at least in like the job, like the corporate job market, you kind of want to get to know the person. You want to try to genuinely connect with the person. You don't try to use people like that. I've seen it happen way too many times. Too many times to act as, yeah. Oh, wait. What kind of character? I really like energetic characters. They're a lot of fun to do. Energetic characters are my favorite. They're also the most tiring. But yeah, I've seen, like, people... God. Because... I did a lot of, like... I guess, like, business events at my this past semester. So I was showing up to things and I was talking to people. And then, like, I'd hear all the frustration from my colleagues. Like, I didn't get offered an internship or a job. And it's like... Well... You weren't making it seem like you were interested in like the person you were talking to. You were literally telling them, hey, I'm looking for a job. Can you give it to me? Like, they're not going to give it to you if you... They're not going to like offer you anything if that's all you care about. You know, you have to genuinely want to connect with people and like get to know people. That's just a human thing to do. The nerd type, yeah, I've definitely done like nerd types, like where it's like, actually, I actually don't even think I have like a nerd voice in this reel. I don't think I do. Yeah. It's a tough market. It's a tough market, and it sucks because like I've also seen people who have gone down that route and still not find success. Not find success at all. It's just hard. Like I have a friend that has a master's, got her master's. She ended up working at Starbucks, and she's just like, I worked so hard for all these years and I couldn't get the job I wanted, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. It's just a reality of the job market. Making friends is fine when you have the job, but when you're trying to get through, I guess, like, the initial screening, right? Having a reference or referral is always better than just cold applying, which is why people go to networking events to hopefully get the, I guess, referral. I'm not saying make friends, but like genuinely connecting with the person and showing genuine interest outside of like getting the position, I think will take you farther than just going in there and be like, give me job, give me referral now. Like nobody's gonna give you a referral if that's how you're gonna lead with, you know? My dad's been telling me to go back to the grocery for the past few years. Like I get any work, but the fridge is so full, man. Yeah, like my, for example, my sister, she, I think I'm allowed to talk about this. She's a art graduate. She graduated with art history, and her dream job was to work in a museum. So she spent a lot of her time actually volunteering in museums, going to their events. And then it wasn't until recently, I think she was about a year and a half into this, she recently like started talking to one of the, I guess, main curators at this one museum that she really, really wanted to get into. And she spent like, I think the entire event just talking to them about like her interest in it, like different eras and pieces she enjoyed. And like the guy was like, so like, oh, that's so cool that you have such a strong interest in this. And she was asking him about like, oh, like if you were to do this, like this type of theming, like what pieces would you pull for this? And the guy ended up offering her an internship. So now she's interning, and I'm very, very proud of her. Very, very proud of her. But it took a lot of work and going to these events and talking to people to kind of get to where she is. It's like legacies at Ivy, so it's either you're qualified or you're not. I don't know how I feel about Ivy Leagues. Ivy Leagues, I feel like, yeah, would you ever VA for video game? Video game is pretty hard. Video games are pretty hard. I think it depends on the video game. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like, the people you know, it doesn't just apply to voice acting, it literally just applies to the world. People you know is always, so it's about the people you know, unfortunately. Yeah. Sorry, I went on this whole rant. Whole tangent. I'm not saying like, I guess any of the, I don't want to say I'm giving advice, just more so like what I've learned in the last like few years of like, one, being like a business student, and two, like being in industries like this. It is hard out here. It is hard out here. It's very hard. You can be as talented as you want, but if you don't have the skills to socialize and try to network and stuff, most of the time it won't get you there. Anyways. Okay, sorry, we'll react now. Now the question is, I don't know what Papa Meat video to watch. We could watch the Lego one. God, the whole Lego situation makes me so mad. I know it's like a developing story going on, It's still ongoing, but my God, some of these people at Bricks and Minifigs genuinely make me so mad. Did you watch the one with Pokemon scalpers? Yeah, it's on my main channel. What happened with Lego? Oh boy, Trey. The newest update pissed me off so much. I'm actually not, like, I haven't seen the newest update. Okay, I guess we're gonna be watching Lego's Biggest Fraud by Papa Meat. I do like Papa Meat's videos. They're fun.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit down because
I'm
today
doing
we're gonna
great,
talk about
Papa
something you probably
Meat.
already heard about, and that's the ongoing chaos between YouTuber Reckless Ben and Bricks and Minifigs, also known as BAM! Quick disclaimer. Everything we're talking about today is all things that we've seen that are public information from Reckless Ben's YouTube page, social media account.
I feel so bad for this guy. This guy, he was just trying to get justice for somebody that was owed tons of money.
What Bricks and Minifigs has said online. This is just a recap, so that's the disclaimer.
I was told about this last week. What are your thoughts, Trey, on Bricks and Minifigs? Fuck those guys.
Trying to recover money seemingly stolen from an old, sick man has turned into a full-blown fucking nightmare, dude. Currently, a big corporation is alleged to be abusing the legal system and working with corrupt police to silence Reckless Ben and others for uncovering the heinous acts of one particular Bricks and Minifigs franchise. Which, if you don't know Reckless Ben, we've seen some of his stuff before. He also did a video on the McCamey Manor as well, which I thought was sweet. He infiltrated it, but it seems like he goes into corrupt businesses and basically tries to uncover the truth or just expose them and like right the wrongs of stuff as
exactly.
well.
Because this poor guy was just trying to help out this poor guy who got all his Lego stolen. Never buy Lego. Okay, so Bricks and Minifigs isn't official Lego. Like, this has nothing to do with the actual, like, company of Lego. The problem that people have here is the absolute dishonesty and the theft of money done by Bricks and Minifigs, which is like not Lego at all. They're just a toy store, if that makes sense.
Legal practices that a lot of these businesses use against the people that they harm.
I like to think of myself as kind
they
of
do work with
loopholes,
BAM, but they're not like
and so I kinda
unofficial.
always
If
wanna go against, like,
my
some-
understanding, right? They're not like an official partner, unless I'm remembering wrong. They're just a store that carries Legos.
like the opposite. So I do like legal loopholes for good, but I wanted to go against someone that does like legal loopholes for bad. So this seems like the perfect battle, you know, like we're both just using like legal loopholes against each other to like get each other in trouble and stuff. And I just knew it was gonna be like a crazy story.
We think more eyes should be on the story, so we're not only going to talk about it, but we're also going to speak to Ben later in this video and get some more insight.
Oh, Ben's in this
Not everyone knew
video.
what Bricks and Minifigs even was until the story broke out. Essentially, they're an absolutely massive company that specializes in buying, trading, and selling Lego products, which I think we might have touched on it briefly. We did a Lego collector video, and it's like just a retail space where people can go, and it's like an in-person retail store. It's a franchisee thing, so each person buys the store, they open it, blah blah blah. You can sell your Legos there. From that video
it's like
alone,
a
you can tell
franchise. It's like McDonald's. You can buy a franchise from Bricks and Minifigs and operate your own store.
How massive the Lego collector market is and how much money goes through that market is absurd right now. It's got to be the highest it's ever been.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. In 2023, the business's massive success led to them opening around 150 individual stores. And
That's
by
a lot.
2025, that number doubled. Even back during 2023, the business reported each individual store averaging nearly $580,000.
Yeah, Legos are quite scalped nowadays.
In annual earnings.
If I'm
with more
remembering
popular
correctly.
stores even breaking $1 million a year in sales. And lots of people have their own horror stories about Bricks and Minifigs, with some claiming that they're essentially the GameStop of Lego. Online, there are entire threads of people complaining about
I think that's a really good way to put it. They're like the GameStop, but for Legos.
collections, easily worth hundreds of dollars to Bricks and Minifigures, only to be offered about $50 at most at times. I think people don't realize how easy it is to just be like, put your shit on Facebook Marketplace. You'd be surprised by how quick people will jump on things. If you can. Because there are some people where you're just in a pinch. I have to have the money now, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same reason why people would rather sell like their Pokemon cards quickly to, let's say, like a brick and mortar store, like an LGS. Well, they'll only buy at a certain percentage. Some people would rather just get the quick money for less than go through the entire effort of like making a post, meeting up with a person, or shipping the product. They would just like, just give me the the 60% of the card, and I'll take it.
Wife's kicking you out. It's you or the Legos.
Yeah, me or the Legos. All right, bye.
Yeah.
As a reseller, meaning one of the few friends.
Tell
I
you what, my
buy kits.
Lego Ninjago set does.
My Facebook Marketplace has a free Tribucket for $3.50 and a PSA 10 Glaceon for $1. Yeah, that PSA 10 Glaceon is not $1. They're not gonna sell it to you for
Hang
$1.
with him. YouTubers like
I don't trust half the shit on Facebook Marketplace. There was one time I was actually like, I was gonna buy a Herman Miller off of somebody, and it looked like a good deal, and I messaged them, and they're like, give me your address. I was like, what? Like, no, I can just go pick it up. You give me your address. I will go and pay you the money cash and pick it up, and they just didn't respond after that. They really, really wanted my address. I'm like, nope, that's a scam.
GS Brick, for example, have documented bringing in rare Lego figures only to watch multiple stores downplay their worth, repeatedly telling them that a chrome gold C3PO figure worth around $1,000 was obviously fake. We can touch...
Yeah, they'll do this, and then I've seen card vendors do this all the time. They'll undervalue certain Pokemon cards.
Comes into the story. The story begins with a man named Brian Mansell reaching out to Ben, given his content for his over-the-top documentary investigative styles, you know, to help him get into this company and help resolve the situation. How did you initially find out about these missing Legos? Was it just through the Facebook post, or was there like other people that were hitting you up about it? How did you find out about that?
No, this wasn't a big.
Where
story
is
at all.
Reckless Ben?
So
What is this background?
Covered it, Collectors Weekly, and it only got like 1,000 views on it. And so at the end of my Lose for Valentine video, I was like, okay, if you have a problem and the police can't solve it, email me at this email. I made a whole email for it. We got a bunch of emails, and so we're just going through all these emails for like 26 hours, and we see this Lego video, and I'm not really into Legos at all. I don't really collect things or anything, but the thing that stood out to me was he just said we had the world's biggest Lego Star Wars collection. We gave it to a company, and they're selling it without paying us. And I was like, well, that's just black and white. Like, they just stole your Lego, you know? And he's like, they're claiming that they didn't steal it. They have like some loopholes that they're trying to use, you know?
Specifically, he
That's
asked for help
horrible.
retrieving $200,000 worth of rare Lego Star Wars sets. He co-signed.
Yeah, those Star Wars sets are not cheap either. They're so nice. I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I've seen some of them. I'm like, damn. I like that 3,000 plus piece set. Would I sit down and do it? No. Absolutely not, but that's pretty cool.
To alleviate the burden of selling them all himself. Important note! The 200,000K value was an estimate made after a brief initial look and not before a detailed evaluation was made.
My original assessment of about $200,000, it was before I'd actually gone through and had done an actual like evaluation. I looked at it and went based on 3 different rooms with all the sets.
It's more accurately listed around $107,000, but still 6 figures fucking worth of Legos, guys. Crazy. Brian's contract with the store stated that the sets still belonged to him, but revenue made from any sets that sold in store would be split between them. However, when that specific store was purchased by new owners, it's alleged that they completely failed to honor the contract and even started refusing to let Brian inspect the inventory. Unfortunately for them,
that's
there's security
insane.
footage showing Brandon, one of the Salem store's new owners, making it
I like how he stretched the video to make him look funny.
abundantly clear that the consignment would be taken over by the new owners. It's fucking pathetic. The back and forth they're doing. Well, actually, we said this.
Maybe $11,000 to $15,000 total Star Wars, and that's all Star Wars inventory in the whole store.
No, actually, we said this.
What?
All the photo evidence points to there being $20,000 worth of Lego in the of Star Wars Lego in the store that night.
Well, actually, we said this.
When Brian first came in, we identified anything that was on that list that would have been his, and we set it aside. And it's still sitting there.
No,
or if it's still sitting there, buddy, why don't you just give it back?
actually, we said this.
Dude, the shelves were empty.
Which also even.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Which is, you're giving so much conflicting information.
If this was all legit, could you not look more unprofessional? To not have your ducks in a row, or just to stand by your policy and be like, this is what we said, this is what it was. Which, don't get me wrong, with these videos and stuff, people are calling, harassing, all kinds of
this is insane.
Horrible shit. I mean, I can sympathize with that, but at the same time, if you righted the wrong, I don't think any of this would have escalated to where it's at.
But they're being greedy.
I agree.
Like,
oh, it's unbelievable.
They're trying to get through a legal loophole. Like, well, we changed ownership, so.
Well, man, it's 100% from what we can see so far. It just looks like it's a thing where it's like, well, you signed this consignment for the sale, and all your pieces are here, but there's new management, and I don't know where that's at. I don't know if these are yours. It's just like, just being fucking scummy.
Yeah.
Some of the video footage, man, that you see of this owner, like on the stoop of his house, talking to the cops, and he's like, "Hey, love the American Fork Police. You guys, Lou, I love you." Him doing that is the cringe. Yeah,
It is so disgusting.
Dude, fucking eat a fucking barrel, dude. My God. Brian confronted the store with a contract in hand, only to be threatened with a legal battle so lengthy it would cost him more than the Legos were even worth. What's worse is that these sets
Fucking
were collected by him
horrible,
and his
people,
father over many
horrible!
years. And after Brian's father had a health scare, Brian mentioned being afraid to tell his father what had happened to their collection for fear of worsening his physical and mental well-being.
At this point, my father.
I didn't know that part. That part's really sad.
Health episode. We can't bring any stress to him.
This kickstarts an insane series of stunts pulled off by Reckless Ben to confront the Bricks and Minifigs team. The series is still up on YouTube, I believe. You can still watch part of the video so far. He just can't add anything yet. It's fucking unbelievable the amount of incompetence it has from Bricks and Minifigs, and just like the amount of like, if you just would have paid back or just did good business practices, none of this would be happening.
Exactly. Very shady business practices. And like in my head, I'm like, there's no way you guys don't have enough money to pay this guy back. At this point, you're just being greedy assholes. Like, is paying him back, like, is this, all this, like, legal situation, all these legal problems and all this shenanigans and dealing with, are you guys really willing to go through this more than just paying the guy back? Because if you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of locations, you're a massive company, I'm sure $200,000 to get all of this to stop and to make things right, like, you were able to do that, right? But no, you're just actively choosing not to.
Being like, okay, we f***ed up, sorry. It would have been fine.
It's literally a drop in the bucket for Bam. Yeah, exactly.
You're watching corporate suicide right now. Were you expecting it to be a lot more calm?
Nobody wants to support Bricks and Minifigs anymore because of all this. So really, I think this is costing more in damages for them in the long run than it is to just pay the guy his money.
Or did you actually expect that hostility to be coming in when you went into the store? Did they already seem like fucking guns ready? You know what I mean?
Brian did warn me when I went in the first time. He's like, hey, when I went to ask for my Legos back, they trespassed from the store and started like,
this isn't even the first time they've done this. It's just first time it's high profile. Holy moly.
So he's like, they're probably going to do the same thing to you. At this point, I didn't know if Brian was telling the truth or not yet, you know? So I was like, oh, I guess I'll just go and see for myself. But I came in prepared kind of knowing that I was like, okay, I'm going to be like extra nice to them because I know they might, I want to get them to talk because that's my goal is like hear their side of the story. So I went in, I'm just like, hey, I think my friend has.
Screw this lady, by the way. Fuck her.
Some Legos in here.
I don't like her.
We're getting it back. Can we like work this out? And then she's like, I'm being harassed. Like, call the cops. And I'm like, well, I'm not really harassing. I'm just trying to hear like your guys' side of things. If they were paying him and he was lying to me, then they would have just told me at the store, like, hey, we're actually paying him, you know? So that's why I went to the store first to hear their side of things.
Just give
so stupid.
What I'm saying is, even if it's not the money, at least give back what you have and like just do what's right, make it even Stevens with everybody. But they've dug so far down that now they're just, which if all these videos, you could just see how fucking gross the owners are. It's just nasty,
greedy ass motherfuckers.
Practices nasty people. And then also you have the police officers who just aren't treating it seriously because I think there's still like a stigma with people that are like, oh, it's a YouTuber doing something, to where then they're like, oh, well, if it's just a YouTube thing, that's probably nothing, right? Or it's just, oh god, so this is just a troll thing, or this is just a joke or whatever. Just a general lack of care for a very serious thing.
He has nothing to do with the store at all.
He's a YouTuber.
Okay. That makes things a little more clear. He has no association with the store.
He's just trying.
Well, he's kind of now associated because he's working with Brian now.
Okay.
He's almost like representing Brian in this situation because Brian doesn't want to, you know, give his dad any more significant stress and all of that. Like, Reckless Ben's willing to help this guy.
The amount of times
He's
I heard him
repping
say stuff
Brian.
like, oh, this is a YouTube thing, and discrediting the case just because this is like a YouTube video or something. It's very interesting how that like gives them a right, you know?
I kind of see their point of view because there is so many just like annoying like meta glasses people that probably the majority of like TikTokers and YouTubers that do the meta glasses, I'd say like probably a good 80 to 90% of them are just trying to, I'm going to piss you off as much as I can.
Yeah, rage
and the bigger of a reaction you get, the more of a reaction you get, the more money I make, you know? I shouldn't be surprised by that because that is the majority of people, you know. But
You
I
would
would like to
assume-
think that I'm
So
a little-
sad.
Maybe when you first hear about it, like, oh, it's a YouTube guy. Sure, you can go in with your preconceived ideas of what that is. But I feel like even dealing with the American Force or even dealing with Salem, I don't know, did you deal with much of Salem Police Department at all in the same way that you dealt with American Fork, or no? Or is that
the
more of a
Salem
distant?
Police Department was what was the Kaiser Police technically, I
Or
guess,
Kaiser.
which is like 15 minutes north of Salem. But they sucked too. But they never arrested me. I guess they always let us go. You know, like we would get in like our arguments, and then I was like, "Here's the law book," and then they just kind of like ran away once I pulled the law book out. So they like wouldn't keep talking to
Damn.
me because I think they were maybe
Yeah.
afraid of the law. I don't know.
Yeah,
But-
or they're just like, I don't want to fucking do
They're
this.
running
I'm
away
trying,
with their
which it is a
tails tucked between their
very
legs.
unconventional way of approaching all this, but I would say that everything he's done is legal from what we've been shown, at least, right? These posts would go viral, causing tons of bad PR and even a public statement from BAM. In it, they downplay the situation and claim that they don't know the whereabouts of the unsold sets.
No,
allege
they
that
do
all
know.
bins
They just
were-
don't want to say anything. If I had to take a guess, I think they had sold the kits and was hoping that no one would say anything about it.
And the criticism online is just edited social media clips. And according to them, all Bricks and Minifigs want is fairness and support for the LEGO community. Fuck yourself. Unreal. Also, it's so fun. That's like GameStop being like, we just want what's fair for gamers. It's like, why don't you go fuck yourself, dude? Really?
Power to the gamers.
Can we just like undercut you and sell you more? And then, by the way, when we get criticism, we're just gonna sue. Is that a cool thing? Can we just sue? I think that's what we want to do, actually. Oh God, make me want to throw up. Someone would soon leak a BAM company-wide email directly to Ben, revealing the internal state of affairs. The email directly tells other franchises how to handle the negative reactions to Ben's documentary and all other related content, which they labeled as a coordinated negative PR attack. Dun dun. Legos.
Dun, dun, dun.
One of the strategies is a new mandate to actively solicit Google reviews with every single transaction. They reveal that they are getting the FBI, Oregon State Police, and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service involved.
What?
Their involvement alongside the temporary restraining orders and cease and desist letters would be used to silence Ben and others' content. Ben was also sued for his website, WeStealFromOldPeople.com, which he uses to sell merch of their own company. By now, Bricks and Minifigs stores around the U.S. are receiving tons of bad PR because of this scandal. To combat
Yeah,
this,
the bad PR is probably costing them more than the $200,000 they could have just paid Brian.
stated in their email that they would have reached out to Google, YouTube, Patreon, GoDaddy, and the Facebook to report Ben's content and anyone who's review bombing their businesses. Patreon's own CEO made a video responding to this, essentially telling them to basically go f themselves and to sue Patreon if they want.
Bricks and Minifigs. can
W
stop
Patreon.
keeping Ben's page up. And if Bricks and Minifigs doesn't like that, then
Bricks and Minifigs can stuff it. I like this guy.
sue us.
Right? Which good luck.
He's
with
like, come after me then. Come after me. Come after me.
that fucking legal battle. All employees were asked to pretend the scandal doesn't exist, and as a backup, were given pre-planned corporate scripts and a de-escalation playbook. The company appears to be in a full meltdown as they are demanding store managers turn off comments on all store social media
Oh,
accounts. As stated in its
jeez.
public statement.
Dude, imagine being like a Bricks and Minifigs like franchise owner. You're just minding your own business. Your business is going fine, and then all of this happens. I'd be mad as fuck at the company.
BAM says its ultimate goal is to regain
Guys, just do the right thing.
the community's trust and protect its franchises. AKA, please don't bankrupt us. Please don't make us basically start a new business, which is inevitably, I think, inevitably what's going to happen. Do you think so far? Do you think they're going to be able to weather the storm?
I mean, as far as PR goes, I don't think so. I think no matter what, they're fucked. Even if they win the case against Ben.
The court of public opinion is decided.
Yeah, which is just like, well, these guys are pieces of shit. It's going to take years and years to regain the
I could
trust.
see them changing their name and trying to get out of that spotlight or something. Renaming their franchise or something. I bet you that's the route they take.
Or they might do a thing where it's like, someone bought us. And then, yeah, they rebrand it.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
in a new corporate management.
Yeah, but they won't say that someone bought us. I don't think so. I think
That happens a lot. It happens so much. Like, I see it happen with K-pop groups. I see it happen with VTuber groups and agencies where it's like they get into it like a scandal or something happens. And they're like, well, let's rebrand and hope everybody forgets what we did in the
it's
past.
going to be all secret. They're going to delete all the accounts, whatever, and they're just going to restate it. And you're going to look at it and be like, oh, these are all the same Bricks and Minifigs locations, is what I think is going to happen. It may seem like Bricks and Minifigure stores attract scummy workers
They're
and
going to rename themselves to Minifigs and Bricks.
managers, but not all employees are like that, all right? Some are simply there
They're
for
just going to switch the two. Imagine that's what they do.
Paycheck and have to deal with the nonsense that comes with it. Testimony from Bricks and Minifigs employees makes it seem like a living hell. It is common for the work schedule to be brutal and random, and on top of ridiculous hours, you can expect minimum wage at best. Several employees also claim that there is no opportunity for raises or career advancement. Of course not, dude. You have some manager who owns the store, and they're going to be in the cycle of getting like high school employees to come through. It's that
yeah.
thing, God, you're lucky to be here. I mean, you get to play with Legos all day. Clean the bathroom. Clean the bathroom.
Is that what they told Joe when he was working as a Lego engineer?
My favorite Joe story. I wonder if we can get him to say it. My friend Joe. This is like this. It almost seems.
That reminds me of my like first job ever. I worked at my college bookstore, and I really wanted to work there because, like, you know, working at a bookstore seemed like fun. It was like co-owned by like Barnes and Noble. They just had me like cleaning the whole time. I thought I would be like organizing and putting away books and helping customers find their textbooks. No, they just had me in the back cleaning.
My friend Joe, who's now like a very well-known, he's a stand-up comedian, very funny guy. I love him. We were in animation together in school. When he graduated, he won a Lego making contest. That sounds fake. He won a.
No, that's actually really cool. I knew someone that was friends with like one of the. I guess they were like Uno competitions, and he like won like a few $1,000s at this Uno tournament. I'm like, there's tournament for Uno? What? That's so cool.
Like Lego building competition to work for like a Lego store. Like he was basically a fucking Imagineer for Legos or something.
That's really cool though. Imagine getting paid to build Legos.
Yeah, I was just saying we should have Joe record. It would be really funny.
All right, so one time I'm building behind my giant plexiglass window, just some sort of rinky-dink Lego model, and a dad and his son come in decked out in St. Louis Blues jerseys because the Blues had just won the Stanley Cup like the day before. So they come in and they bang on the window and they go, St. Louis Blues! And I'm giving them a thumbs up like, yeah, Stanley Cup, yeah. And I go back to what I'm doing, and then the dad bangs on the window again. He goes, hey, build the Stanley Cup! Build the Stanley Cup! And, you know, I can't just drop everything I'm doing to build a 5-foot-tall statue of a trophy or whatever.
Hey, that guy just really wanted to see a Lego Stanley Cup.
So I just kind of laugh him off and go back to what I'm doing. But he stands there for like several minutes with his son, and they keep banging. The kid's banging on the window. The dad's banging on the window. I think the window's going to break. Build the Stanley Cup!
Oh my God!
Build it now! And really, that's
what the heck. These guys aren't animals. They're just guys who were building Legos behind a plexiglass.
What it was like working there.
What the heck?
Yeah, I don't know. I from the perspective of a guy who just works at Lego, where there's no incentive of like reselling, I wonder what his perspective is on Lego fans. I'd be curious to see. The next big video Ben would release documents Bam actively thwarting his efforts to confront the store owner legally and taking their maliciousness to a whole new level. It's throughout this process that the American Fork Police Department starts to reveal themselves as straight up corrupt because
fuck these guys.
Store owners and the CEO are part of the same Mormon church community. Brian alleges that some of the police are too, and that they're protecting their own. Us Mormons stick together. The religious
I mean, yeah, I think. I have a lot. I actually, like, I went to school in an area that was very, very Mormon populated. They treat each other like family. It's like one big family.
Comes to with like the cooperative.
So like I understand like this entire town. They probably all go to like the same church, and if you go to the same church, it's like gotta look out for each other. But they're looking out for each other in like the wrong way.
Of like even with the American Fork Police Department,
looking out for each other equals police corruption.
How a lot of those guys even go to church together and they're all kind of in cahoots.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how many times I've been asked to go to like a Mormon church by like classmates. They're like, "You should go. You should come with us." And I'm like, "I'm sorry. I'm Catholic." I grew up in a very Catholic household. I don't practice religion or anything. If I'm being quite honest, I don't really care. Like, I'm just like, oh, shrugs. Hey, if that's your jam, that's your jam. That's cool.
kind of way.
So first off, I'm gonna give you a little piece of insider information. I think someone found this on a YouTube. I saw someone's YouTube on this. It only has like 500 views on it, so no one's seen this piece of information. But someone dug back in the newspaper and found that Ammon and Josh, they went on a Mormon mission trip together. So they're like BFFFF.
Yeah,
which is crazy. Which is
they
crazy
look
because they
out for
claim
each
that
other.
they're two completely separate people.
Uh-huh.
Like Josh is like, oh, corporate is completely different. Like corporate's not. We can't control what they're doing. Like they make their own decisions. When really you can see they're like literally best friends with each other. Like Josh and Ammon are. I don't even think they're allowed to shower separately. Like they have to be in the same room at all times when they're on their mission trip.
Oh
'Cause
my
they're not allowed to, like,
God.
jerk off in the shower or something, you know. So like they have to like
Yeah.
shower with the door open and stuff. And so
What?
Josh and Ammon are like closer than any two human beings can be together. But they try to make it seem like they're like completely different.
In order to have his case against Brandon and Josh approved, Ben first has to make a good faith.
High schooler and Mormon, my friend circle cut him out for being a monumental piece of shit. Is it because as a person he was? I would hope it wasn't because he was Mormon.
Effort to resolve the disagreement with all parties involved. When they try to approach Josh to make their good faith effort, police are already waiting for them and pull them over for supposedly not fully stopping at a stop sign, despite the body cam footage later proving this completely false. Body cam footage also
That's like a rolling stop.
reveals Josh calling the police to claim that Ben is
But like most people rolling stop. You got, I'm gonna be real. I do the rolling stop. I failed my first driving exam because I did a rolling stop. Most people don't 100% stop at stop signs, right? Especially if you're like the only one there.
stalking him rather than just trying to serve papers legally, and that he might be pushed to shoot someone over it.
Whoa!
Right.
One of the dispatchers made a note here saying that you were.
Damn, this was only 4 months ago. Literally exactly 4 months ago. Today's July 10th.
I shoot someone.
I said
That's
if they try to break
insane.
into my house.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if they come inside, they'll have a surprise.
Okay.
Huh?
Is that not a threat? And as for Brandon, Ben tried to speak
He's gonna be like, actually, it's not a threat because the surprise is actually a birthday party.
with him at his home, only for Brandon to stand there in complete silence until the police made him leave under the threat of jail time if he returned.
He didn't steal anything. He inherited the store from somebody
No,
else.
he stole $200,000
How do you know
because I've been spending the last 3 months in the case and I won in court.
With his good faith efforts rejected,
She's like, oh,
Ben's case
transphobic, cheated on his wife for 3 women, got into a fight with his brother-in-law over a can of ravioli, and had his mom blackmail her own daughter. What the fuck? Insane. Yeah. Fuck that guy.
against Brandon was officially accepted by the court. The police approached Ben and his friend once again at night this time to conduct a random 2-hour search of his car under a random suspicion that they are carrying heroin. They found nothing, but still tried to pressure them into confessing they were under the influence, claiming that their eyes were suspiciously dilated. They weren't. Fork PD was later caught.
They just be making shit up at this
On a
point.
body cam claiming that they were gonna scare Ben and his team a little before letting them go.
Can't we just have him pick his friend up? And I'm probably tired of dealing with the police at this point. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's gonna scare him a little bit and let him go is all I really was gonna do. But
Making it even harder to believe the heroin lie. Which who believes the heroin lie? No one. Regardless, being unable to amicably settle with Josh over this got Ben's court case against him approved as well. And with an official process server alongside him, Ben placed a sign in Josh's neighborhood that read, "I stole a dying man's life savings," on a public piece of land to lure him out to be served his papers. As they waited, 3 separate police confrontations took place, ending with one officer trying to directly serve Josh the papers himself. He returns and says that Josh, quote, doesn't want them because he believes they're fake.
Have you two been to court before?
No.
That's crazy.
No, he's a YouTuber.
You've never been to court with him.
No.
So these papers.
Okay, I'm not familiar. Can you deny being served papers like that? I don't know if you can't. Like, if you get served, like, and you take them, isn't that it? You can't just be like, these are fake. Take them back.
That he printed up.
The moment a police serves you, it counts. So, like, what the fuck happened here?
Yes, 1 billion, trillion, gazillion %.
Okay.
He's a YouTuber.
That footage is crazy because it's like you're getting served papers. No, they're fake. I won't accept them. If they're fake, then they're not going to do anything.
Can you peek at it?
What was that?
Can I peek at it?
It kind of puts me in a little bit
All
of a
right, never
bind.
mind. It's fake. There's no lawsuit anymore.
Well, yeah, exactly.
What
It's also
the fuck?
a thing too with like if you have a public server there who has no qualm with the case, I mean, who is not related to the case at all, should be able to go up, serve the papers, and like that's just it.
Yeah.
Right? That's serving someone.
Exactly.
But to have the police sit there and be like, well, they're fake. Well, how do you know? What about these makes it fake?
It's impressive. There are people whose literal jobs is to serve papers to people. I've seen videos of like, oh my god, Martha, is that you? I remember you from high school, and the girl would be like, oh yeah, that's me, and like, they'll probably like, here you go, and Martha would be like, what's this? You just been served, and they walk away.
You know what I mean? Well, what's about the police body cams? They can just turn
That's
it off.
crazy to me.
Yeah, that's crazy. They can just turn the mic off.
Why would you be
There's
able to
people
do that?
who get paid to do that. That is their literal job. Hi, John.
I have a discussion with this officer.
Can I peek at them?
Go on that little
He should have just let him peek.
pot of land right there.
But no, they had to protect
Perfect.
him.
Right there is fine. Yep.
This is all crazy to me. Just give the guy his money
For some
back.
reason, I don't understand. Editor, see if there's a reason that we legitimately just don't.
Pretty
know
sure you
about,
can
but
say
this-
no and not take the papers, but cop or whoever has to notify them that they are being served, so you're basically served anyway. Okay.
Not sound corrupt. Okay, well, he thinks it's fake. Okay. Click back on. All right, we're just gonna tell him to leave. A fourth set of officers confront them, this time directly calling the court to prove that the case is real. They are seen on body cam footage being told it is 100% legit.
Yeah, looks like a real small claims case in our court.
So they get fed up and just arrest Ben without reading him his rights. Ben gets out of jail desperate. They start to GoFundMe for Brian.
I'm getting so upset and mad! I'm getting so upset and mad! What is wrong with these
His family and
people?
advertises it with another insulting sign. Police stop by and are seen scrambling to think of what excuse to arrest him again, right? In the footage, they're just like, I don't know.
Is it disorderly conduct? Why? Did it raise the police to be summoned because it causes problems? Did he come out?
There's no way. I keep saying this, but just pay the guy his money back. You guys have the funds. I feel like you're just wasting so much time and long-term money trying to be the right person in this situation when you're really not. All the evidence points to you being the wrong here. And I don't know. I feel like you're wasting these cops' time. Oh, you can't be arrested without having your Miranda rights read, and you must be read those rights before questioning. Can't you, like, sue them for that? Hi, Derpy. Hi, Death. Welcome in.
Upset about it?
I guess, but that's not.
Look at your stalking code.
Yeah,
see
that's
if
what we're doing.
see if it's that. If it's not, we're gonna look at disorderly. If it's not disorderly, then we're gonna look at the city ordinance.
They eventually try to seize one of their phones and immediately arrest Ben's friend Sheldon for, quote, trying to destroy evidence after he attempts to lock his phone, which is his legal right.
That is his legal right.
That's a
What is it? Locking your phone now equals destroying evidence? That makes literally no sense.
Charged with what you're looking at.
Actually makes zero fucking sense.
I don't think so. Okay.
Soon after, their home base in Utah gets raided on a warrant
This
that
is
included, quote, stolen
insane!
Lego, which lines up with the
Over Legos!
piece of defamation Josh threatened to make about Ben if he decided to go through with the lawsuit.
Not all cops are bad, but not all people need to be cops. Yeah, there's definitely some people that should not be cops.
Dang. Okay.
You can sue over Miranda rights. You don't know.
A future statement from the Fork Police Department claims host of the Airbnbs, Ben and friends, were staying at heard them talking about stolen Legos, which is just so funny. If I'm sitting here and I'm like, oh yeah, did you hear about those stolen Legos?
This is
That doesn't mean that there's stolen
crazy.
Legos here in my fucking house, dude. Like, you can talk about things and not, it's just so stupid. Every single one of them is thrown in the back of a cop car. And in this process, Ben's arm is yanked behind his back so hard that it dislocates his shoulder.
Thank you for the follow.
That's cool. Fork Police Department, you rule! Fork Police Department would also claim that Ben must have faked his injury because the x-ray image he flashed on the screen in the video was of a left shoulder despite it being the right shoulder that was dislocated. It was very clear stock image Ben used to emphasize what the cop had done to his shoulder. It wasn't the actual fucking proof. Yeah, so I mean, come on guys, that's not way the x-way. It's like, no shit, dude. God, what is going through your mind during all these
This is
altercations with the
insane to
American
me.
Police Department? And I mean, like them fucking up your shoulder. Did they even give you medical attention? I'm so curious
So
to
my
see.
shoulder's not that bad, just
Okay.
because it literally dislocates like probably once a month for the last like 9 years. Like it's like a very normal thing. Like it just pops out and within a second it pops back in. Like it's like I used to have to like.
I've never
manually
had
grip it
that. I don't know what it's like to dislocate a bone. I've never broken a bone in my life. I've never had. I think I've sprained my arm like once, but I've never dislocated anything. I feel like that freaks me out. Just like the thought of my bone being in a place it's not supposed to is just like.
It's my shoulder now just goes in very fast, which is why I try not to make like too big of a deal about that. I just really hurt my shoulder like right before. It was just bad timing, I guess.
Yeah.
But what I'm thinking during, I don't know. I'm just like in shock the whole time because I usually try to be like pretty like respectful to police officers. I grew up in like a pretty conservative place where it's like you respect the police officers, you know. So
pardon my reach.
No, it's all
Seatbelt
good.
on.
Well, thank you guys.
Okay.
Thanks for being nice and
Yeah.
cool.
Thank you for being cooperative.
if you show them respect, they'll
If
show you
you've done
respect.
it once, it never fully goes back.
You know, that's kind of how I've always like lived my life with police. But yeah, this is so weird because I feel like I showed them lots of respect through the videos, you know, like I was pretty open about what we're doing and stuff. And then I showed them respect and they didn't show me respect back. So it was very interesting.
Yeah,
but
it never seemed like Reckless Ben was like being an asshole or like a dick to these guys. He was always just like, maybe he was finding loopholes to kind of annoy them, but he was never like going out of his way to, or maybe that's not true, but like he was never like being mean or disrespectful. He was just like, please give this guy his money back. That's literally all this is about. Just give him his money back.
to think that this is happening to other people that aren't filming, you know, and they're just getting screwed over for no reason. And it definitely sucks.
Ben was released on a $2,500 bail and dodged an entire month-long sentence. Unfortunately, Ben now had a court case coming up with charges that put him at risk for a 5-year jail sentence. He had no time to breathe before his roommate called and claimed an officer stopped by their place and claimed to have a warrant for Ben's arrest. This time, it was non-bailable, and it listed that he, quote, represented a credible threat to the physical safety of a protected person.
What credible threat?
I wonder who that was. Now that there were police officers all over the county.
Show them respect, they show you respect. People love saying that, but the respect's not an obligation for anyone. The corrupt and power will choose power over
Ben,
respect.
he eventually fled to Mexico to continue the case without fear of being arrested. He could very well not be there anymore, but is likely not disclosing any more info about his whereabouts, where he has before. Usually he says, I'm here, I'm there. Now I think he's probably just fucking laying low. As you can imagine, PR for Bam was getting even worse during this time. This is when Amen agreed to go on small Lego channel streams to explain more of his side, during which he does.
Isn't this where he like just gives a bunch of bullshit information and doesn't line up with what he has said in the past?
On more than one occasion, uses employees as a shield to gather sympathy for problems their company caused.
We legally can't direct franchisees who to hire, who not to hire. The franchisee will be held accountable, but we actually can't fire or, step over the line of that.
We're Lego company. Why are you being so mean to us? Isn't that what it feels like? Oh, they're bad. I'm not bad.
I'm a 46-year-old man playing with Lego.
I'm 48. My wife has sex with other men. It's
Oh
unfortunately true that people have become so infuriated hearing about how evil Bam is that they began harassing employees and review bombing locations that had nothing to do with the controversy.
Yeah, that I don't really agree with. Like, don't direct. Like, people I think forget that these franchisees, they're just people who bought the franchise from the company and kind of almost like operate on their own. They aren't like, directly involved in this situation. Like, the only thing is that they have the company logo on, but they had no direct involvement with the Star Wars Legos or all the legal trouble. That I feel bad about.
It's a shame. That doesn't mean that you should go into a store and like fucking actually physically.
Yeah, don't do that.
But if you're review bombing shit, I mean, it's fucking blame Amen, dude. Blame your fucking head honcho. He's the reason that this is all happening.
Yeah,
right?
go to corporate. Don't go to them.
And the Fork Police Department.
A lot of people to blame.
Yeah, it's got a lot of things. There's a lot of things, a lot of targets you could throw up there. This actually hurts Ben's case, as Bam can now lump him in with the people that are doing these targeted attacks.
Like, these people who think that they're like, yeah, let's boycott this and try to help Brian get his money and break into all these other stores that have nothing to do with any of this happening. It's like you're actually making it so much worse.
Harassment and label everyone as malicious. And it doesn't help that there have been both death threats and bomb threats made.
My name is I'm gonna you in the way you've never seen. You're the next one on the line. We go down from Salem, Oregon, and we come down the list.
In fact, Ben alleges that Eamon called the police directly and claimed he planned on shooting up the store and burning the place down if the sets are not returned. Which, don't recall Ben saying that.
I don't think he ever said that.
Car manager. They sent a lady in, and the lady's like, "Oh, I'm gonna murder you," to Amanda, the manager.
Obviously, these are all fake threats. I would never do something like that. The police think that these are real threats. So now the police from Los Angeles, from Utah, they're all working together now to catch me.
As we mentioned earlier,
That's
one YouTuber,
insane.
MGS Bricks, visited multiple locations with a large collection of minifigures, including a Chrome C3PO. Yeah, a Chrome C3PO.
That's
Put the
pretty
value up
sick.
on screen, which we all already know.
Those are really
of the 4 stores he
cool.
visited, 2 offered 18% and 19% of his collection's value. The other 2 stores offered a measly 6% and 10%, meaning that on the low end, one store offered him $96.
That is pretty bad. That's diabolical. I think that's worse than some of the Pokemon card vendors I've seen offer lowball people on like their own cards.
For his entire Lego collection.
Oh my god, that's insulting.
You know what's weird though is do you not get a better reputation if you actually just kind of pay good 50%? 50% of what's worth?
60 feels
60
good.
over half?
Yeah. Well, you got to think. Yeah. Then they're only making 40%.
I'm only making 40%. Your Chrome. I mean, like it's a Chrome.
As GameStop rates real.
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend that I know the value of these things. But I'm like, if I sold that little motherfucker for a percentage, I'd be walking out of the store and I'd be like looking back at him and shit, just sitting on the counter. When he went to the final store, he sent his friend in to make the exchange since the store knew who he was. After the employees combed through the Lego and handed them back, MGS Bricks noticed that the rare 30th anniversary Chrome C3PO valued at around $800, God damn, was missing. Both men checked the car and the collection again before heading back inside. As soon as they walked in, they saw the rare minifig sitting on the employee's desk. And when they confronted him about it, the Bricks and Minifigures employee handed it back to them, saying he had somehow forgotten to return it. What a
Oh my god, they were gonna steal this guy's $1,000 Chroma figure. Oh, jeez. What the heck?
Oh, that's weird. How did it end up over here?
How did it end up in my purse?
Sorry about that. That's called stealing. No. I just took it for myself.
Yeah.
Right. What? Just as he handed it over, the Bricks and Minifigures employee made one more comment claiming that the rare minifig was actually a fake. Ugh. Yeah, it's actually not even good, so if you just want me to hold on to it, I can't. Which made the situation even more suspicious.
Where is this location? Yeah, fuck these guys over here. Oh my god.
Obviously, the guy tried fucking stealing it. Come on, that's crazy. That's a crazy evolution as a human being, though, isn't it? I mean, like you're stealing Legos. Can you imagine as a child? Oh, your future self walks up to you and they're just like, "We're gonna be in Legos and we're gonna steal from people. We're gonna steal Legos from people." Really?
Damn.
Would be like, yes.
Do you think so? I feel like they'd be like, "Why are you stealing it?"
I stole Legos as a kid. So
you're
What?
I'm barking up the wrong tree, aren't I? You're like, perfect. Never change, adult Nick. I won't, little Nick. I'm gonna be this
Talking to the wrong person.
After MGS Bricks made their video exposing their terrible trade-in service, he created a follow-up video revealing emails from COO of Matt McNeff, and their responses have some parallels, going on and on about how the store owner of one of these locations is currently handling the passing of his grandfather, and how another employee's...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, his grandpa's dying, thus he was in the right for doing this. What the fuck?
Directly involved in preparing to...
I remember I said this wasn't for them yet. Use worth of complaints pulling stunts. Just never so big and $200,000. What assholes?
Heart surgery. He also claims there have been death threats made by people calling the store due to MGS Bricks video. It's just the sympathy bait is just, well, he's only going because his grandpa's real sick, so that should just let him be a piece of shit.
He's going through a lot right now.
Okay, he's getting heart surgery. He could be an asshole and he can rob from you. Okay.
Yeah, I feel like they're too far gone. But at one point they could have just been like, you know what? We're sorry. Let's make this right. Even if they couldn't get the let's let's say, for example, they sold some of the set. You know what I mean?
Financially, get what was worth and give it to them.
Buy the sets back and be like, and that's really good.
1 billion %. It's too far now. If they did it now, you'd be like, well, you guys are just fucking. If they would have gotten called out and they're like, no, even on later on, I mean, the rebuttal. No, we didn't do that. Yes, you did. Okay, fine. You caught us. Sorry. Wait, okay, here, just make it right. You could have been totally even Stevens on everything, but instead you're just being a fucking. I mean, you're being.
You're just
greedy.
being a
That
piece
was
of
the other thing, too,
shit.
is even like how polite you were, at least how civil you were with going to corporate.
I really do think that like the money is the root of all evil. These people will do anything they can to protect their money.
Made me think about, was there any specific action that corporate took that you believe like unnecessarily escalated this situation as a whole? How corporate responded to things?
So first off, corporate is involved. Second off, I mean, if I was corporate and someone came up to corporate headquarters and be like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. I think that was my exact word. I'm like, hey, I think you guys are holding some of our Legos. Can we work with you guys to get them back? His response to that was, no, like the Legos were never in our store, you know, basically just saying that, like just trying to lie to me. So if I was corporate, I would have been like, okay, let's pull out the inventory list. Let's see if we do have your Legos, you know, and that's what any other CEO would have done.
Yeah, anybody else.
Say like, hey, if this person's claiming to have Legos stolen by our company, then let's look at it. And I had the inventory list in my hand with me. So I would have said, hey, can you show me the inventory list then? I wouldn't have been like, oh no, get out of my store. I'm calling the cops, you know?
Yeah.
That's not what I would have done, I guess.
They could have totally had good PR too, in the sense you could be like, you know, I wasn't aware of this co-assignment, but I'm going to take the responsibility here, do what's right, and give you back your set.
Yeah, that's literally all they needed to do. But like I said earlier, they're just so focused on trying to be the right person in this situation when it was very obvious that they're not.
Very least.
Yeah, well, they're just looking at it though, and they're looking at like the amount of money they're going to lose and all that kind of stuff, and they just, it's so stupid. It's a PR thing, but now I'm like, I feel like you're in so much worse.
Yeah, you're in so much worse.
Exactly.
Like, you're gonna have to financially. You're financially so much more down. I bet.
Even if Ben loses, I feel like the damage, the reputation.
I'm telling you, they're gonna have to rebrand. They will do a rebranding, and they won't tell anybody. It's gonna be they're gonna shut down all the media accounts, and they're just gonna reset. And the thing is like it will probably fucking work.
Oh.
Yeah.
People were heavily anticipating the third installment of the
rebranding is kind of one of those just like, please forgive and forget us. We're under a new brand. Please forgive and forget.
On it nonstop.
You've seen it so much.
It was starting to affect his health. This excitement would come to a sudden halt, however, and a short update video was released instead. Brian, Ben, and his team are now in the middle of a RICO lawsuit filed by BAM. Due to the nature of what's in the video, releasing it would result in him losing his $300,000 lawsuit, and the GoFundMe would be taken down as well. In the video, he withholds directly stating the company's name to avoid any kind of trouble.
The GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about.
Ben explains that there has yet to be a moment for him to share his side of the story with the court.
That's so
despite having footage as evidence. He believes they don't want the video released because he directly discusses the false bomb threats and murder threats they're claiming were made. Shortly after the video was uploaded, Ben's GoFundMe was briefly shut down for reasons he also claims he can't talk about, under fear of it landing him in jail. But thankfully, as of June 10th, the GoFundMe seems to have been brought back up. More information is coming out every day regarding this whole situation, including an important update from BAM on June 4th that states Brandon and Joshua made a mutual agreement to no longer work with the company. Ben has claimed in the past that his entire channel has been demonetized for a very long time, so he's able to hire expensive lawyer despite everyone begging him to do so. So, while watching and sharing his video is a great way to spread awareness, you can directly support him by checking out his Patreon and supporting his cause. And for a lot of the content that he makes, it is fucking really cool, and we just wanted to need to bring more light to situations like this. You know, I mean, it's just a creator doing something fucking awesome, making extreme waves in terms of like getting something done to the point where now stupid fucking like judicial systems are getting in the way and just kind of, I mean, halting somebody's progress for trying to right the wrongs of a thing that could have just been very easily solved. But instead, greed is taking over. And I have a fucking Lego company threatening to put somebody in jail for 5 years for trying to like right the wrongs of trying to like help somebody get their collection back. I mean, and just like as a last thing too, I'm just curious, like, do you remain optimistic that the Legos will be returned to Manziel, or do you think that like the reason I ask is because these people have doubled, tripled, quadrupled down to such an extent that as like a person that has consumed the content that you've put out, and as like someone that's following the channel, even I have lost optimism that these people are ever going to learn and like do this.
I think they're already too far in. They're gonna keep, I guess, defending themselves and try to make themselves look right.
going to be something that he's going to have to recoup them in some other way?
I don't know. It is interesting. It reminds me a lot of the pizza thing from McKamey Manor, where it was like, oh, we got to get pizza with Russ. And everyone was telling us Russ will never get pizza with you. Like, he will die before he gets pizza with you, you know? And we finally got the clip at the end where he's like, I'm giving up, you know, like, here's the pizza thing or whatever.
I don't know what any of that is about at all.
They've been saying that since like day one, I guess, of like, oh, we'll give it. And then when Brian's finally like, okay, like, let's do it, then they always pull something out where they're like, oh, we actually can't do it anymore. You know, like, you have to apologize to Amanda first, or you have to delete all these like negative comments, or you have to, and we always do the things they tell us to do, and they still don't give us the Legos. As of today, Ammon said, we just want to give them the Legos back. Brian won't accept them.
Our number one priority right now is to ensure that he gets made whole. And so we're working towards that, and we're hoping that he'll be able to come to the table. We're excited to be able to make that happen.
Obviously, he will accept them. Ammon's not the one to give them back. So it kind of comes down to like, is Ammon willing to tank his whole company because of this? And it seems like maybe, I don't know.
That's the crazy.
There's a good chance.
It feels like they would rather implode this company they've built versus like admitting that they're wrong. It's a level of delusion that just seems insane. I mean, like even Russ had a moment of clarity where he was like, okay, like I get it, you know. But this is coming. You're talking with major news networks. This has become such a huge thing. It's crazy to die on this hill. It's just unbelievable.
It is.
And that leads me, I guess, to like the final thing of how can we, like, is there any way to support you or Brian in this time of like, I know that you have a Patreon and stuff that we wanted to plug and shout out and stuff, but is there any other way that we can help?
Yeah, probably just those two things. Yeah, Brian's GoFundMe's been going crazy. And obviously we passed the goal within like a few hours, but Brian is now being sued by Christian Minifigs. Not only did they steal from him, now they're trying to sue the person they stole from for literally
what the heck? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Can now, you know, if they've dug this deep, they got to keep digging.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
Yeah, and they're trying to get us.
I think they're just gonna keep fighting.
We're obviously trying to get it dismissed. So if it gets dismissed, we might be good. But if it doesn't get dismissed, they're saying it could be like millions of dollars in lawyer fees, which is crazy.
Oh my
God. The GoFundMe would just be a small fraction of that. But the good news is it would take about 2 years. So I think within 2 years we probably could raise that because we'll just keep making content about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not really too worried, but yeah, I think the GoFundMe and Patreon, like all of the money from Patreon and GoFundMe right now is just going towards like a legal trust is what we put it all in. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's fucking awesome. I mean, you know, I hope
that
the
is
situation can clear itself up soon. I appreciate you taking time. These are just some thoughts that we had in this crazy fucking roller coaster you're on, but I mean, you're doing a fucking crazy good thing, man. I mean, very selfless.
I hope Ben and Brian get justice.
Appreciate it, so, and I appreciate it too, so thank you so much.
Oh yeah, no, that's sick. It's been a fun journey for sure. It's awesome. I just love doing like going on like fun adventures and stuff like this. If you can help people out, then it's just fun for me, I guess. I don't know.
No, I don't. I think that's a perfectly reasonable answer. It's a sickening thing that's happening right now. You don't really know what to do, and all we can do is the only thing we have, Nick, is this channel to talk to people about it and to tell people to go support Ben's Patreon and help him fight this case, and also hopefully that whenever this is all said and done, we can hear some more of these stories that I know he desperately wants to say. Bricks and minifigs, go fuck yourself. You guys suck.
I agree.
Right? Also, I want to preface this too. That doesn't mean that any of you should go and harass and
don't do that.
Bomb threat.
Don't do that. That's horrible.
These locations because it will not help anybody. But it's important to realize that like there is a shark in the water. And there's blood in the water, and these motherfuckers are lurking around and stuff. You know what I mean? So just be mindful of that. Be sure to tell your friends to never shop at Bricks and Minifigs.
Yeah, just don't give them money.
Fails.
Don't harass these franchisee employees and managers at other shops that are like just have nothing to do with this situation.
I hope it fails and that all the employees, or it's their regular jobs, I hope they're able to find something quickly and that everyone at the top, I hope
especially in this job market. This job market is atrocious.
Never own a business again, you predatory sacks of shit. Is that fair to say? That's
fair to say.
Okay. Guys, until next time, we will see you in the next one. But like I said, be sure to check out Reckless Ben's channel. It's fucking insane. We did a very quick deep dive into this whole situation just so you guys understand.
Yeah, I know there's way more.
But the videos, you got to check them out. Our edit will not do it justice. You need to go watch the videos. It's fucking appalling. It'll get your blood boiling. And like I said, fuck you, Bricks and Minifigs. Fuck you, all of you who are involved in that. Almost said something bad.
Don't say it. Don't get demonetized.
Can't say that. No. I can put my hand up. It feels good saying it though. Okay.
That's crazy. Fuck these guys. The police officer not serving the papers the correct way is an absolute violation of the law and abuse of power. Yeah, what the heck? I heard they renamed the company Pricks and Mini Dicks. My girlfriend had a stalker for a few months where she used to live and the cops did fucking nothing and they took 30 minutes to go down the road to her house when she caught someone at her windows, but the cops rushed to protect the dude from simply getting served legit court papers. That shit pisses me off. Ah! What the heck? You'd think, right? Do you think people would do the right thing? But no. No. People, you'd be surprised how many people would choose not to do the right thing in these situations. Oh, this is so frustrating and so annoying. I'm like, that entire thing just like made me kind of mad. Made me kind of mad. They didn't go into it, but something that makes it all-time ton of sense is the CEO used to work for a different company, an asset protection and tax reduction LLC that essentially teaches companies how to get away with stuff like this. Yeah, let's learn how to do tax fraud, guys. Yeah! Don't do tax fraud. Bad, bad, bad! Very bad. Anyways. Why am I on caps lock? Oh my god, look, it's me! My faith in humanity has dropped by 6%. It's okay. You know what'll make us feel better? Australia! Yeah! Australia! Everybody say it with me! Australia! I don't know where we were at last time. Oh, I think I remember the dancing spiders. We did watch this one. Did we watch the new bee? I don't remember which one we watched. The last one we watched. I think it's one of these two. I think it's definitely one of these two. All right, we're back with more bars. Because Australia
just found a new insect.
Okay, I can't see.
And this the Kraken is
wait. What the heck? I hate when it does this.
Australia just found a new insect.
Did we watch this one already?
And in a certified Australia moment, it is unironically called the fucking Lucifer bee.
Did we watch this one? I can't remember. The Lucifer bee.
Because of course we have the Satan bee.
I think we have, because I think I made a comment about how like I love the show Lucifer. Midnight Castle, thank you for the 9 months. I think we did. No. I don't like. You don't like that it's called the Lucifer bee. Yeah, why don't we just name the bee after the devil? I remember seeing this elsewhere. The scientist who discovered it was wearing goth when she was in an interview. I mean, why not? Why not watch it, right?
Who's that Pokemon? And in a certified Australia moment, it is unironically called the fucking Lucifer bee.
Of course it is.
Of course we have the Satan bee. The snakes and the spiders and the fucking dinosaurs weren't enough. No. Now I gotta dodge a rejected doom enemy on my walk to work. Discovered.
That's so funny. I hate bees and I hate wasps. Like this morning, I was watering my garden and I was actually so scared to water one of my pepper plants because there was like 2 wasps in it, like just like pollinating the flowers, and I'm like, I'm gonna water you after stream. Okay, bye.
Closest climate to hell on Earth, Western Australia. These bad boys were named after the Lord of Hell for 2 reasons. The first of which being the giant fucking demon horns bolted to their heads. Now, those horns aren't just there to look scary. They're actually
Wasps are just assholes. At least bees help farm.
defensive mechanism to protect
I've never been stung by a bee or a wasp, which is why I'm like so freaking
the
afraid.
demon bees from bigger predators. However, only the ladies of the species stay strapped, as the horns are only found on females, meaning a more accurate name for these absolute girl bosses is the Karlak bee. But a pair of spirit Halloween horns can't be the only reason they're named after the devil, right? I mean, there's gotta be f***ing something else. Like, do they spit fire?
What do they do?
Maybe they've got a pitchfork for a stinger
The triple stinger would actually be kind of
that
fire.
injects you with f***ing acid venom. The answer to that is, no. It's a normal f***ing honeybee. The actual reason is that lead researcher, Dr. Kit Prendergast, was watching the f***ing Netflix show.
Okay, I think we did watch this one, but it's okay. We can rewatch it. I love this show.
This isn't even the first time she's done something like this. She named another species after her pet dog. F***ing based. That isn't a tree. It's a f***ing bird. Introducing the tawny frogmouth, a species of bird found in
Did we
land
watch
down
this
under.
one too? Are we starting to get into some of the repeats?
And Australia's very own avian equivalent of a
I don't know if we did, but it's so cute.
Skyrim stealth build.
Oh my god, you're right. It literally is just Brout.
Now you may be
from
thinking to yourself, "Well, it can't
Pokemon.
be that stealthy. I can see it." Yeah, you can. You can see that one. Did you see the one right f***ing next to it?
I
Now,
don't
the
remember,
important
Shard.
question is,
I don't
why
remember. Guys, please forgive I have pretty bad memory.
Do these things have predator camo? Well, there's two reasons. First of all being, it's f***ing Australia. You see, these bad boys...
That's all you needed to say.
Are primarily nocturnal, staying on the move during the night and dive bombing unaware insects to meet their bulking goals. However, that means that during the day, they sleep. And in a country where at any point you can be bitten, mauled, stung, or f***ing drop-kicked to death, laying down in the wrong spot
How do you find himself in that situation, man? How do you find yourself in that?
a short nap into the forever sleep. So, in order to prevent themselves from becoming an item on a Snake's KFC order, these tactical chickens evolved a ghillie suit to basically allow them to f***ing disappear. Being practically invisible allows them to unlock their second passive, f***ing DoorDash. You see, these guys are so f***ing good at cosplaying a stick that not only do predators mistake them for Groot, but so does their prey. And so, whenever they take a nap, they just leave their mouths open a little bit.
Oh, wait, they're so cute.
Whenever some poor ant just tries to walk his way to work, he instead DoorDashes himself directly into its fucking mouth.
Oh, that's awesome.
That isn't a tree. I want you to imagine you're cave diving. You turn a corner.
I don't want to think of that at all.
And see a spider web the size of the...
Oh, chat. I think we are now running into some of the ones that we have already watched. Are we caught up? I think we're caught up with all the more pars. Like, I'm looking at these and I'm like, I think we've watched like almost all of these. At least the animal ones. No! Time to go through Discord. Yeah, we've watched literally everything from going here to all the way down. Yeah, we've literally watched all of these. All of these. Damn! Damn, okay. Okay. Thinking. Wait, really? Yeah, we probably watched literally all of them already. Okay. I have some ideas. Okay. We could watch. Sorry, my brain's farting. I'm like, ah! Casual Geographic? What is that? What is Casual Geographic? This guy? I've literally never heard of this. This looks kind of funny. This looks fun. Thank you for the follow. What the fuck? These thumbnails are actually kind of freaky. Animals that got the middle finger from evolution. You'd think that like animals would, as they evolve, they get better, right? Is this like the complete opposite? I guess we're gonna watch Animals That Got the Middle Finger from Evolution by Casual Geographic.
Evolution is a bitch named Emily. That's it. That's the whole intro.
Evolution has a first name?
Don't get me wrong, the concept of evolution's pretty cool. It's the reason giraffes get to flex their high in the entire animal kingdom. But there are just times when
I like giraffes, they're so cool.
Absolutely hoe an animal's entire existence. So here are 10 animals that I personally think got done the dirtiest. It's not exactly in order, but obviously some animals are going to get violated more flagrantly than others. And I say that because if this
Does this guy study animals?
were actually in order, the octopus would probably medal at the Oppression Olympics for... Well, let me explain.
I think octopus are so cool. They're so intelligent.
Octopus are highly intelligent, and scientists believe they have the same cognitive ability as a 2-year-old human. Which might not seem impressive, but that means octopus are on the same IQ level as some dogs. They're even
That is
smart
pretty
enough to use
crazy.
tools, whether it's using the tentacles of the venomous man of war as a weapon, which they actually do,
I'm good. I don't want anything to do with the man of war. Hell no.
or carrying a coconut around to keep as a travel-sized panic room.
That's so funny.
But being smart is the only thing they have going for them.
And they're tasty. Oh, how could you want to hurt this little guy?
First of all, most octopus come into the world as orphans. The mother octopus will spend months guarding and washing her nursery of up to 50,000 eggs. Since it's too dangerous to leave them alone, since there's no daycare underwater, she often won't eat the entire time. Which means once the clutch of eggs are finally ready to hatch, the mother is shriveling, starving, and ready to become initials on a Twitter bio. Struggle doesn't end there. In fact, that's when it starts. These babies the size of a grain of rice have to figure out life in an ocean full of animals that'll actually try to put an end to it. It's so bad that out of the 50,000 children, if more than 2 survive to adulthood, it's considered overachieving. That honestly wouldn't be a big deal if nature didn't already nerf them with their lifespan. It's so ridiculously short that a majority of octopus species that live life to the fullest still won't be alive for their first birthday. Being an octopus means
That's
you can be
so
born on New
sad.
Year's, have a midlife crisis by June, only to be a memory by October. Giving an animal high intelligence just to cut its life after 1 to 2 years just seems like an intentional dick move.
That is true.
And because they have no shell or no armor, they'd honestly be lucky to live that long. Having no real way to defend themselves means a good many of them end up a sea lion's chew toy or a dolphin's frisbee. To be
Or
fair,
in my sushi.
octopus do have camouflage. In some cases, highly toxic venom. But for the most part, they get bodied by most of the ocean. And to add insult to
Rest in
injury, every
peace.
octopus you see is probably a virgin because once they get laid, they die. We already saw what happens to the mother, but where the daddy at? Once the male octopus mates, he basically just
Yeah, where is the dad? That's a really good question.
gives up on life. The male octopus that's catched in his V-card will swim around catatonically until he either gets torn apart by predators or dies of starvation as his body falls apart due to senescence. Not like it really matters because most female octopus are bigger than the males and sometimes they'll attack and cannibalize him during. But one thing's for sure, if his date doesn't put him out of commission, his post-nut clarity will. Octopus don't live long, but for the months they're alive, their entire existence is a jihad. Now you know why Squidward couldn't give a if a paid him. But at least with the octopus, it just seems to be really bad luck.
Isn't
They may be
Squidward not actually a squid?
a victim of circumstance, but at least you get the idea that nature didn't go out of its way to screw them. Not like with this bird. Kiwi bird is probably the best proof that evolution ain't
Oh,
perfect.
they're
This
so
tiny bird is actually
cute.
part of the rat-type family. And this cookout includes ostriches, emus, cassowaries, and the rhea. But unlike its bigger cousins, this bird that shares its name with a fruit is about 18 inches tall and no more than 7 pounds. It's kind of like having cousins 6'3", 6'4", and 6'6", yet you came out looking like Tory Lanez. Like your family's small enough to fit in an NBA locker room, yet you get it from a chair and stay the same height. But of course, nature wasn't
These
done screwing
poor
with this
little
bird because, like its
guys.
relatives, they can't fly. Totally flightless, and despite being related to ostriches,
So
the
they just
Jurassic
have to
region,
run for their lives their entire life.
and a bird that literally won a war against Australia, Kiwi's about as defenseless as the fruit that got named after it. Basically, you're looking at a bird that can't bird. The kiwi is such light work that they can only survive on islands without any mammalian predators because they're really a couple stray cats away from being put in the history books. And somehow, that's not it. Because nature shrunk everything about this bird. Everything except the eggs they have to push out of their body. Despite being about 60
Oh god!
The smaller kiwis have to deal with eggs nearly the same
Those
size.
are fucking massive! And they're tiny birds? Jesus Christ!
And ostriches. And at 20% of its body weight, that would be like the average woman birthing a 35-pound baby, with the same equipment. It's such a hell to live that the egg actually rearranges the bird's organs and stretches its rib cage.
I'm sorry. I don't want to think about that.
There's too many things wrong with them for me not to think nature had serious beef with this bird. Especially when
What
you
did they
realize
do
the
wrong?
closest ancestor was the elephant bird, which was about 10 feet, 1,000.
That is so ironic. Its closest ancestor was the elephant bird.
Pounds. So yeah, they got nerfed bad. At least they didn't get hit as hard as, say, the sloth. For being completely honest here, the sloth has almost nothing going for it. Because
I've seen Zootopia.
they insisted on eating nothing but leaves, their diet makes them one of the slowest animals on the planet. Because they physically can't afford to spend energy they don't have, because going into debt would mean death. It's to the point where baby sloths have to quite literally hold on for dear life, because if it falls to the jungle floor, the mother likely won't waste the energy trying to get it back. And that's because if you're a sloth, leaving this tree is the most dangerous thing you'll ever do. Sloths only poop about once a week, and when they do, they'll climb out of the tree and get on the ground to do it. Why they don't just drop a deuce from the trees, I couldn't tell you, nobody knows.
Yeah, why don't they just take a shit up there?
What goes on in their heads. But this means about half of all sloth deaths involve getting clapped on the toilet like Elvis. One thing sloths have going for them is that they're so mind-numbingly slow that algae actually grows on them, giving them free camouflage.
That's kind of disgusting, but you know, whatever you gotta do to protect yourself, I guess.
There's a catch. There is always a catch. When one of your biggest ops is an eagle with quite literally some of the best eyes in the world, wearing a moss blanket isn't gonna amount to too much. And you know evolution was actively with them because sloths are actually really good swimmers and can hold their breath for 40 minutes longer than
That's pretty impressive.
But it means almost nothing when most of the time they go swimming is by accident when they fall out of a tree. And that weak-ass doggy paddle might save them from drowning, but it won't save
Still cleaner than a certain king streamer.
them from getting murked by an anaconda or a black caiman. But the really sad part is, sloths could actually be way better than this. Its close relatives, the armadillo and anteater, are able to put the same claws that it has to good use, and anteaters have even been known to swing on jaguars. You have a homicidal vacuum cleaner that has put jaguars and people in coffins, and then you have a moss blanket with a face. Just like the kiwi, the sloth used to be better than this. Megatherium, aka the giant ground sloth, was in the same weight class as elephants, and they actually knew how to use those claws. So much so that if Ice Age were realistic, Sid would have worn Diego's ass like a fur coat. But its massive size ended up screwing it in the end, as they basically got hunted into oblivion by humans, leaving us now with the virtually defenseless, dead-eyed,
Poor little guy, man. Heartbeat eagles are terrifying. Like if Star Raptor was real. Sid from Ice Age. Dude, I remember seeing Ice Age as a kid. I don't remember anything that happened in that movie.
It's like someone gets a genie that grants wishes, but only does so in a way that horribly bends them over in the end, and the moral's supposed to be careful what you wish for. That basically sums up this next animal, because it looks like it got finessed by a genie in one of the most disrespectful ways possible. This is a fiddler crab. Male fiddlers have one giant brolic claw whose only purpose is to get a female's attention. Lady crabs choose their mate based on who has
Like, I don't know why. When he said fiddler, I was thinking about like the fiddle, like the instrument.
the biggest claw and therefore can pass the best genes to her clutch of eggs. The problem is, that is literally the only thing this claw is good for. Because that claw is too big to pick up food, the male fiddler crab can only feed himself with that smaller claw.
That's kind of cool though.
That massive claw is actually a disability that means the males either eat half the food or take twice as long as the females.
Oh, okay. I didn't think of it like that.
The only problem with that is that these crabs only eat during low tide, and the longer the crab spends eating, the more likely they are to end up as someone else's main dish. In the evolutionary
that is
arms race for
insane.
female validation, the male fiddler crab is more likely to end up getting eaten by gulls, raccoons, reptiles, and sometimes even bigger crabs. And since the females enable this by being attracted
Their
to
colors though are beautiful, I guess.
Bigger but less functional claws.
It's like actually Kingler in Pokemon.
By preferring males with a trait that quite literally gets them put on a shirt, the females indirectly screw the next generation. Gotta be careful what you wish for, especially if you're this next animal. Because the peacock has the same problem on
so
steroids.
beautiful.
We can all agree that the peacock...
I had not a direct neighbor, but there was someone in my neighborhood that had a peacock, and that motherfucker was so annoying.
Peacock is the biggest flex.
That guy was so annoying.
And rightfully so. And just like with the crab and basically every other aspect of life, bigger is most certainly better. The more colorful and eye-catching, the better the peacock's chances at bagging a peahen. They'll even shimmy their tail feathers in a way that hypnotizes any female watcher.
They're pretty cool though.
But like I said,
He's just
never
loud.
make a deal with a genie. Because the good news is a peacock showing off will always be the center of attention. Bad news is sometimes that attention comes from a 700-pound assault weapon with stroke.
The tiger's like, look, it's my snack. Look, it's my snack.
Right. And because those tail feathers are so heavy, not
no.
only can't the peacock see behind itself, even if it does see death coming, it takes them longer to get off the ground and out of the tiger's reach. Just like with the crab, the peacock's biggest flex is often what gets it buried. In a cruel twist from fate, the peacocks that are safer from tigers are usually the ones that get less attention from females. So by having a preference, the peahens doom their future children to a fate of ultimately ending up as a tiger's toothpick. The peacock and feather both got handed massive L's from nature, but at least you can see the thought process behind it.
True. There's like reasoning, you know?
So technically, it does serve a purpose. In comparison, the Luna Moth got shafted.
Those are beautiful. I remember seeing a Luna Moth VTuber. I can't remember their name, but I remember their model being absolutely gorgeous.
To make a long story short, adult Luna Moth...
The town my college is in has a peacock farm in it. I can imagine it's a very interesting place.
Don't have a mouth and therefore can't eat. The only thing keeping them alive is the energy they store as caterpillars, but once that runs out, so does their time. Luna moths live for about a week, just long enough to reproduce and doom their children to the same fate of a non-consensual hunger strike. If you ask Google why the Luna moth doesn't have a mouth, it'll tell you because its only purpose is to mate.
Was it juniper? It might have been juniper.
Which is really nature not giving a fraction of a about them. Yeah, that's cruel. Question is,
they're so beautiful.
What could possibly be crueler? Well, if you know what this is, you probably have the answer. This is a sea louse. It's a member of the Calybidae family of copepods, which is basically just a bunch of small crustaceans. You probably noticed that for the peacock...
I thought it was like a larvae.
And the crabs, it was the guys getting the worst of it. Apparently, nature believes in a weird form of equality because right now it's up for the girls. The horror show starts when a male sea louse kidnaps a much smaller female and then forcefully
Jesus
drives her to what I can
Christ!
only describe as a crustacean sex dungeon, where he can have up to 20 other victims also trapped. It's at this moment where this movie loses its rating because the male will forcibly impregnate every last female in his burrow, and this often involves penetrating her abdomen. Don't worry, it gets worse. As her brood of children that she never asked for begin to grow, they decide to start eating their way out. Eventually, the mother's body splits open as her nursery of psychopaths rush out of her now mutilated husk of a corpse. This might be one of the only times where the babies abort the mother. She doesn't even really get to give birth, her children just bring her death. You might be wondering why evolution would even give this nonsense the green light. Well, the newborn sea louse are entering an ocean full of danger and having a full meal before they make it out on their own.
Let me drink some water. I need water. Everybody, let's all drink water. Genuinely, what the fuck?
Apparently increases their chance.
Why did I make this? I didn't, I promise. I didn't make this.
Somehow, this isn't even the worst birth on this list. That title belongs to the hyena because straight up death.
Guys, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt our scheduled programming. I saw my phone light up right now and somebody sent me a text asking if I could make a baked Alaska. That sounds like a very hard thing to do. Oh, have you guys seen that MasterChef like episode where they were all tasked with making one? That's hard.
It's actually better than what they go through. Female hyenas evolved a pseudo penis that's so similar to the real thing.
That's its penis?
It's actually difficult to tell males and females apart. This is actually a female. Only problem is, it's not just for show. They actually have to give birth to that thing. And yes, it's every bit as painful as you think.
What
just
the
to somehow
fuck?
make it even worse relative to the mother's size, hyenas have to give birth to the largest cubs of any carnivore, and they have to do it through a good amount of first-time mothers don't even survive this because the process involves rupturing and splitting open the pseudo to make it easier for the cub. But the cubs don't get it easy either. About 60% of hyena cubs will suffocate on the way out and become past tense before technically even joining the present. And you would think because this directly affects
That's actually so sad.
That would patch this. But apparently nature and Lion King have something in common when it comes to doing hyenas dirty. But if we're talking about an animal that got done dirty, this picture kind of speaks for itself. Matter of fact, this is probably going to be the thumbnail because this is nature at its grimiest. A lot of y'all probably knew this animal is coming just from reading the title, but for those of you that didn't, that was the skull of the Babirusa. It's a wild pig found in Indonesian islands like Sulawesi. If you already knew that, it's probably because of those teeth. Those tusks penetrate out of its snout only to do a complete 180 and head
Wait, what is the purpose of it?
right back towards its face. If the male Babirusa can't wear down this hellish overbite or he doesn't lose them in a fight, then the teeth will end up growing right back into his head, penetrating the skull and ultimately piercing the brain. But the worst part of it all is that by the time it gets stopped by its own dental plan, the Babirusa's probably already had children and therefore passed on its bullshit to its kids. It's
Of
a lot like
course it did.
Okay, hear me out. The problem with Parkinson's is that it usually develops late in life, usually around the age of 60. And patients can have it for years without being diagnosed. So by the time they do
They're
find
like
out, it's
ingrown toenails but deadly.
could have already had kids and grandkids that they could have passed it off to. See the problem, right? The only good thing is that it's somewhat rare for a child to inherit Parkinson's from their parents. The Babirusa, not so lucky. And as long as females find big tusks attractive, and as long as the tusks only murk them after they've had babies, this pig is going to be screwed eternally, and evolution can't even stop it. But when you talk about being sodomized by the fleshy phallus of nature, you're probably talking about cheetahs. If you watch Tier Zoo, if you're watching this, you probably do. You probably heard me say that cheetahs are F-tier garbage that either need to be buffed or just vaulted out of their misery.
Is that true,
I really
though?
do, but out of every animal on this list, evolution might have bodied the cheetah the hardest, and for one simple
Really?
reason. Cheetahs are really fast. That is all they have. Cheetahs are a textbook example of why you should never dump all your evolution points on one score, because you'll just get bent over in every other aspect of life.
no!
Because they're built for speed and absolutely nothing else, cheetahs often get bullied by other predators, especially lions and hyenas. And because cheetahs have to expend so much energy just to make a kill, it forces them to rest right after, which makes it really easy for other animals to just step in and run their pockets.
Oh my god!
If you're a cat and a bird that literally only eats the dead is able to run you off, you got a lot of problems. Worst part is, cheetahs could easily avoid all of this.
They also meow and not roar. I did not know that!
Leopards are also lightweight, solitary hunters that occasionally get their food stolen, but they're able to carry their kills up in trees where they can't get harassed by scavengers. But in the evolutionary race for speed, cheetahs evolved non-retractable claws to use as cleats to keep traction while running. Which is why cheetahs can't climb trees, so they gotta get violated on the ground. Cheetahs are such pushovers that one hyena can successfully rob several cheetahs right in their face and then dare them to do something about it. Cheetahs compromised everything for speed, so now they get to speed run through life. About 70% of cheetah cubs born in the wild will be 6 feet under before their first birthday. And just to add on to that, because why the hell not?
That's so sad, actually. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate
the genetic bottleneck, a majority of the cheetah population is highly inbred. What you're looking at is a cat that doesn't really know how to cat. Because instead of roaring like lions, tigers, and leopards, the best this spotted doormat can do is chirp like a bird. Matter of fact, if you YouTube it real quick, you'll find they make every sound that isn't a roar.
Oh my god, it's so cute, actually.
And that's how you know
that sounds like my cat.
Evolution went out of its way to them. Cheetahs have been around for about 3 million years and decided they were just gonna IM speed their way through life. And because of that, unless it's a 100-meter dash or a bird call contest, this overgrown house cat loses every single time. Obviously, there's a lot of good things about the cheetah, but not nearly enough to justify the
that's
abuse
so
they go
sad.
through.
I always thought they were so cool, but they are, I guess. It's just they die.
Captivity experience severe anxiety so bad that it prevents them from mating, and they need an emotional support dog, which is cute.
Cheetahs are the one few big predator species that likely was going to go extinct and not be humanity's fault.
Don't get me wrong, but
they are just not built for the wild.
It's another reason why cheetahs are dangerously close to being the pandas of cats, and that's not something anyone wants to be. And don't get it twisted.
Yeah, pandas I feel like are one of the few species of animals that actually thrive in captivity versus being out in the wild. The second they go out in the wild, dunzo.
I don't enjoy roasting cheetahs. I actually really love them, but if nature has favorites, this Cheetos mascot isn't one of them. And those are 10 animals that got the middle finger from evolution. I'm not gonna lie to you, this video was low-key a pain to make. So if you like the video and you'd like to support this channel, my Patreon's gonna be in the description. But please, don't give money if you can't afford it. Because honestly, I don't need money. I just wanted to cover my crippling Wendy's addiction. Subscribing doesn't cost you anything, so
hey man, Wendy's is pretty good. Dang. Let's see what the comments say. Fun fact about sloths, they can regulate their heartbeat manually to save energy, but sometimes they will lower their heartbeat so much their heart just stops beating. They just like kill themselves. That's actually so sad. The kiwi is just as defenseless as the fruit that got named after it. Never ask a man his salary, a woman her age, and to scientists, how the hell did they find out sloths can survive 40 minutes underwater? Yeah, how did they find that out? Oh, as awful as a hyena is, you gotta give the number one to the pig who evolutionarily inclined to stab itself in the face. How do you literally evolve into that? How do you actually evolve into that? That's crazy. Insane. I want to watch another one. Let's see, what's his most popular one? Some of these are so fucking terrifying. Animal diseases that belong in a horror movie. One mistake and this chimp lost it all. No! Why these fish belong in a horror movie? Why? Oh yeah, I heard honey badgers are actually like really fucking crazy. The insane plot armor of cats. This is actually like kind of, some of these thumbnails are fucking horrifying. I'm kind of tempted to watch this one. I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to watch this one. Yeah, honey badgers are very, very scary and violent animals. Yeah, the cat one's pretty cute too. I see more in it. The natural habitat shorts. All right, I guess we'll watch The Unspeakable Horrors of the Deep Sea. I just want a disclaimer. Listen, people ask me all the time, Poseidon, why'd you make the anglerfish? Why'd you make the phantom jellyfish? Why did you make all of these? Listen, I keep explaining this, but, you know, the sea is like Minecraft. You know, like, things just randomly spawn. That's literally what happens. I'm not responsible for everything, you know? Anyways, we're going to watch The Unspeakable Horrors of the Deep Sea featuring Lindsay Nicole by Casual Geographic.
You've probably heard me say that I'd rather eat 10 pounds of Popeye's biscuits with no drink than ever go out into the ocean.
That's fair. That's fair. Actually, speaking of Popeyes, I went to Popeyes recently, and, you know, I'm looking for, like, you know, what's like a low-calorie fast food meal? Their blackened chicken strips are so good! Go try them. They're delicious.
Well, I'd rather ride cross-country on a bike with a hot grill for a seat than spend half a second in the deep sea. There's a lot of living nightmares of paralysis demons
scary guys.
And the megalodon is not one of them. You'll often hear this thing about how the prehistoric apex predator never got discontinued. It's just chilling a step above.
I may be the god of the seas, but I'm not the god of the deep seas, all right? I am horrified to go down there.
The abyss. This is Cap.
Yeah. The Popeyes blackened chicken is so good, but their biscuits are so dry. Yeah, I almost never eat their biscuits.
For actually three good reasons. One, there just isn't enough food to sustain a 60-foot you to the natural order. Two, if nature did keep the same jumbo jaws that peaked in the Pliocene, we at least would have seen a body by now. And number three, why do y'all want this to be alive so bad? I promise you there's way worse things down there. Like, I would evacuate my bowels if I ever saw a giga great white shark. But put me in front of a T-posing squid and I'm more.
Wait, these are cool. These are cool though.
The entire city of Newark. The big fin squid is easily one of the most disturbing
things. I don't know what it is with this camera panning. Definitely not helping.
As I'm saying this. It's a T-posing predator with arms estimated to max out at just under 30 feet. Scientists believe the big fin catches bodies by dragging those arms, which can be easily 20 times its own body length, along the ocean floor like trawling.
They're so cool though, look at that!
Accidentally bumps into them. You're gonna hear me say believe or we think a lot, and that's because we don't know a whole lot about them.
Not very many people make adventures down into the deep.
In virtually every specimen studied were either juveniles or paralarvae. We have no way of knowing exactly what their final form could look like.
That's a real image. Trust. Source me.
All we know, this could be Junior, and we just haven't seen Mama Big Fin yet.
Where is the mama?
Just putting elbows on a squid would instantly turn it into the spawn of Satan. Oh, and if you thought the Big Fin was just this slow, passive floating predator, then you're seriously underestimating the ocean's ability to massacre your mental health. And if you're curious, this video was taken about 7,000 feet down in the Gulf of Mexico.
What is that?
But considering they're believed to be the deepest.
Is that the same squid? Why is it moving like that?
About 20,000 feet. I have a theory. This is a juvenile, and the big boys are the ones shacking it up down in the crotch of the ocean. But good news, the big fin probably only feeds on small fish and crustaceans. Bad news,
they just like snacks.
There are squids big enough to beef with the biggest predators on the planet. And the biggest predator on the planet that isn't a disgraced former YouTuber is the sperm whale.
Oh, that's funny.
Which on its own would have to be one of the most traumatizing things to witness during their 2-hour hunting expeditions down in the deep sea.
Oh, wow.
Where the tankiest carnivore on Earth regularly runs fades with the giant squid. And by giant, we're talking about calamari growing to an estimated 40 feet long.
Yum, that's a lot of calamari rings. I love squid sushi.
Not only are they themselves predators that hunt using 20-foot tentacles, they're opportunistic cannibals that would 100% murk their entire family reunion for some calories. Now, nature high-key screwed up their character design. They have a donut-shaped brain and an esophagus running through it, meaning if they swallow something big enough, not only do they run the risk of choking to a flatline, they can also factory reset their entire personality through severe brain damage.
Just give themselves a lobotomy.
Which is why they mitigate this by shredding their victims with a razor-sharp beak and what is essentially a tongue with teeth, the radula. That beak is such a weapon that you'll rarely see a sperm whale that hasn't been tattooed during a struggle with a giant squid. And while the plus-size
his battle scars.
With the whale, they do not make it easy. But the most disturbing thing about them is that eye. Giant squids have the most physically imposing eye in nature, with it being roughly the size of a soccer ball. Contrary to popular belief, huge eyes don't exactly—
He's watching us. He's watching us.
Help it see further, but it does mean they're terrifyingly good at noticing objects giving off their own light, which is a lifesaver since when their biggest optosperm whale is on the hunt, modern-day Leviathan disturbs glowing creatures like jellyfish and crustaceans who flash in response. Having eyes as big as their heads means the giant squid can detect—
That is a little scary, I'm not gonna lie.
And use those flashes to avoid—
I'm peeing my pants right now.
Becoming a course. But that also means that if you ever go swimming in the Giga Squid's area code, the flashes you'd create mean that while you might not—
I was not responsible for this.
See it, the same animal that does its own kind dirty would know exactly where you are. And honestly, there's only one thing that could be worse than getting stalked by a school bus—
What could possibly get worse?
Sized headfoot. There's another squid with hunting tactics so spiritually upsetting, I'm not even gonna talk about it. I'm gonna go ahead and use a lifeline.
The Humboldt squid, also known as the red devil. I'm Lindsay, by the way. Hi.
Hi, Lindsay.
Squid are found in the eastern Pacific Ocean, typically between 600 to 2,300 feet below the surface of the ocean. And their nickname comes from the way they use their pigment cells called—
Is that a real picture of a guy just just holding it? It's kind of cool.
Chromatophores to communicate. You're probably familiar with chromatophores through videos of different cephalopods using them to change color,
Those are so
into their
cool.
surroundings, and even dreaming. And Humboldt squid notably use them to turn bright red when they're aggravated, hence the nickname Red Devil. It's very on brand. They're also extremely predatory and have been known to act aggressively towards scuba divers on rare occasion, which becomes a bit more terrifying when I tell you that they can get to 8 feet long and 100 pounds. Now you might be thinking, Lindsay,
that's a lot.
Not that big. What about the giant squid and the colossal squid that can both get to like 40 feet long? Well, I haven't told you the best part yet. The Humboldt squid is known to live and hunt in groups of up to 10. No,
they all just go together and jump. Jump the guy. Jump the big guys.
200? No, 1,000? Yes. In groups of over
1,000.
1,000 squid. That's about—
It's just that's a lot. That's a lot.
990 too many if you ask me.
Hi,
While
Lone
in
Wolf.
these groups, they use their chromatophores to communicate with each other, coordinating movements and attacks, allowing them to take down larger prey, dragging them into the depths until they go unconscious. Scientists have identified some of these communication patterns, as you can see in this little chart, but still don't know exactly what any of them mean. But regardless, that sounds like one of the worst ways to be unalived in the ocean. Oh wait,
yeah, that would also be one of the most terrifying ways to die, I think.
That sounds like one of the worst ways to die.
It's like taking on 1,000 middle schoolers.
In the ocean.
So as you can see, whether it's being confronted by a Humboldt block party or squaring up with a live-action Kraken, there are many aspects of the deep sea that end up with you putting your therapist up a tax bracket. And a lot of that's because of this cute little thing known as deep sea gigantism. The idea that the cold temperature, the dissolved oxygen, and the lack of pressure from predators allow some animals to escalate to the biggest and most terrifying versions.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, is this real? It's not.
Exhibit A, the Japanese spider crab.
Oh, yeah. Listen, spider crabs are like the scariest ones to me. Spider crabs are fucking horrifying. No, thank you. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to look at it. I think I would want to eat it though. How much meat is in here? Does this rival the amount of meat that's on a king crab? I really wonder.
Which can measure 12 feet across from claw to claw and weigh as much as a human toddler. Only thing worse than a giant spider crab is a giant crab spider. This is an Antarctic sea spider, a dinner plate-sized demon spawn that hunts by sucking the life out of its prey through its proboscis. Now technically, they're not actual spiders.
I don't like that. That's fucking freaky.
But also I imagine most people watching technically don't give a especially since this one looks like it identifies as a face hugger. Then there's a giant isopod, which is essentially an aquatic cockroach.
Guys, it's Galisopod from Pokemon. That's Isabot from Pokemon.
To be cradled like a baby. No clue why you would though. And if you're looking for a truly supersized animal
that
crossing,
an eel?
the oarfish should be on your list.
Oh, I thought that was Juna Unagi.
The giant oarfish can grow to well over 30 feet long, and there have even been claims of those in the neighborhood of 50 feet. Proof that back in the day when we had stories about sea monsters, they weren't lying. They just didn't have all the names yet. Also, if you caught that pun earlier, we're friends now.
I didn't catch it. I'm sorry.
But with deep sea gigantism and the endless expanse of ocean acting as a canvas for Shaitan to practice his art, if you dive deep enough, there be monsters. For example, this.
What is that?
Isn't an animal. It's a group of animals joined together in something like a hive mind. So we're not talking about it. We're talking about them. And so far,
that's kind of horrifying.
Metaphors like this come in many forms, like the Portuguese man of war armed with venom.
Don't touch that. If you ever see this, run away.
Sure that the excruciating
Don't go anywhere near it.
Experience of meeting one is permanently etched into your brain. And there's a Priodubia, a giant siphonophore that can flex a total length of up to 160 feet.
That's insane.
Even though it's a collective group of tiny animals, its length could humble a blue whale, making it technically the longest creature on the planet, or at best a modest second, since the bootlace ribbon worm has been reported to reach up.
I'm sorry. What? Huh?
180 feet in length. And it's toxic because the ocean, and of course it is, with nasty smelling mucus.
That looks fucking nasty.
Potent enough to life deprive the crabs it likes to eat. Like I said, whether it's Lucifer's tapeworm or a flying spaghetti creature, there be monsters. And it gets so much worse than a giant
I didn't
worm.
create any of these. I don't fuck with the deep sea, guys. I don't fuck with the deep sea.
The deep sea is
just evil beings down there.
It's also nasty. And there might not be anything more repulsive than the
Throw some
hagfish.
salt on
this
it.
This Lugi linguini feeds on the rotting corpses and carcasses that sink down
I don't
into
like
its
that.
domain.
I don't
And
like
since
that
they
at
don't
all.
have any actual teeth, the graveyard guppy feeds by sliding into an opening and eating the decomposing body from the inside out. And you would think that something that eats like a casket wouldn't have to worry about getting put on a plate itself. Again, you're giving the ocean too much credit. As self-defense, the hagfish will sweat buckets of slime, a phlegm jacket that's thick enough to clog the gills of anything hungry enough to F around and unlucky enough to find out. To the point where this is the end game of a truck transporting hagfish on the highway.
What the fuck?
Now, you've definitely seen this picture before, but have you ever stopped and asked yourself what they were doing there in the first place?
Yeah,
Remember
why
how I
are
said
you
nothing that
transporting all of those
the
guys?
hagfish should ever have to worry about getting eaten? Well, simple. For these hagfish, their final destination were dinner plates in Asian countries such as South Korea, where they're
Oh, okay. They were just food. Look at all the slime.
considered a delicacy. Now, I'm not one to judge other cultures, but we seem to have a habit of constantly trying to eat all the things nature went out of its way to tell us not
actually,
to.
this looks pretty good.
But one thing you
I'm
won't
not gonna
see as a
lie.
main course is something ironically named after a fruit. The sea cucumber is like the hagfish in that its meal prep consists of all the things we normally flush, burn, or bury. All the soul evacuated bodies that sink down to the ocean floor instantly get put on the cucumber's grocery list. It's a literal bottom feeder, and I mean that since they'll also make a meal out of feces. But like with vultures, if Thanos had beef with sea cucumbers, the world would become an infinitely more disgusting place. That's not the only way sea cucumbers contribute to society. They're also often used as a protective bunker for fish, and well, let's just say they break in through the back door. Oh yeah, it's a
That is disgusting.
violation of the highest natural order. It gets worse when a pearlfish decides to have a playdate right next to its prostate. I don't even know if they have a prostate, but you
That
get
is
what I mean.
disgusting.
And if that makes you uncomfortable, here's an ad to give you time to mentally prepare for what's next. This adorable little guy is known as a basket star. It's a type of brittle star and an echinoderm, which actually makes it a close cousin of the sea cucumber. If
That's
you
actually
ever learned
kinda
about
cool.
fractals in
It's a
geometry,
little
that's why
freaky,
the repeating
but
pattern of branching arms might look
it's not that
It's
bad.
also why the US is really wasting $20 billion a year looking into space, because the real ET is happening right here. Because of the unsightly
That is
way
a little
basket stars
freaky.
get from A to B, they've also earned the nickname sea snakes. I feel itchy all of a sudden. However, even though it looks like something Lucifer would use to
I
pleasure
would have
himself,
thought this
they
was like a sea plant, not like a living animal.
eat mostly zooplankton and are pretty much harmless for the most part. And honestly, that pretty much describes 80% of the nonsense in the deep sea, only really harmful to your peace of mind. Like take the frilled shark. Having been around for 80-something million
What is
years,
that?
not only is the frilled shark a living fossil, it's likely nature's rough draft beta version.
It looks like the Pokemon. It looks like the Pokemon from Sword and Shield, like they had like different heads and different bodies. Those poor guys. That fuck that scientist. He was just like, I'm just experimenting. They all look So miserable. Yeah, the fossil Pokemon from Sword and Shield. That's kind of what this looks like to
don't let
me.
this video fool you. They can grow to a respectable 6 feet long. Also, they can be pregnant for 3.5 years, which honestly makes about as much sense as everything else down there.
Is that Ace's mom?
And in terms of your mental health, the frilled shark is pretty harmless.
Okay.
Until you look them in the mouth. The devil's fleshlight has hundreds of needle-like teeth to ensure that anything that gets caught in there doesn't get a second chance to pursue happiness. And for a shark that's been around long enough to have attended Saturn's wedding, I don't know why, but every picture of them looks like they're struggling with their own existence. Like I said,
they don't want to be here anymore.
But like I also said, therapy ain't cheap, so if you don't want to end up on a couch, don't look a frilled shark in the mouth. But yeah, you'd be surprised at just how many types of sharks you'll find in the same neighborhood SpongeBob got stranded in that one time. You have 20-foot sleeper sharks that are somehow able to use stealth to just spawn and inhale sustenance like a water Kirby. Speaking of sleepers, in 2015, a Pacific sleeper was recorded in the Solomon's Island. Why is that important?
What is that?
Its home address was right under an active volcano, proving that if any animal
had plot armor,
it'd be sharks. Then you have the ghost shark, which, okay, yep, you got me, isn't an actual shark. It's a close cousin known as a chimera. The
Those are cool.
That's on brand. They kind of remind me of the dry bones fish from Mario. The ghost otter shark
I can see that.
have the teeth you'd expect it to have, but instead they have plates that they use to grind up food. But since nature's constantly overcompensating, chimeras do have venomous spines that are harmful to more than just your mental well-being. But by far the weirdest thing about them, chimeras have a tenaculum on their forehead. A tenaculum is a reproductive organ, meaning this fish has a... Yeah, on his forehead.
His penis? His penis is on his forehead.
Side. This fish fresh out of Tim Burton's
I'm new. Welcome in.
Cool, and I'm just gonna say it. I think they're cute, and I'm perfectly fine.
They are kind of cute. I like their little fins. It kind of looks like wings.
That hill alone. However, I don't think you'll find a single soul on this next shark's hill.
Feast your eyes on the goblin shark, a demon dog.
Oh, what the fuck? Damn.
The mouth that snaps like nobody's business. They're rarely seen, but are known to live in oceans all around the world, at depths of up to 4,200 feet below the surface of the ocean, and are estimated to get to 18 feet long, which is really big for a deep sea shark. You might have seen videos
that is
online
pretty
of their
large.
jaws just fully ejecting
oh my
from their
god!
In a process called slingshot feeding. It's kind of what they're known for. Their upper and lower
that is
jaws
kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Engulfing their prey. I know it probably seems ridiculous and almost alien, but it's actually not uncommon. Most fishes have jaws that aren't entirely attached. One might argue that the goblin shark is the most extreme example of this look, until you see a video of the slingjaw wrasse, who use suction feeding to snatch up their prey. They look like they have a trombone stuck in their mouth. Goblin sharks have a particularly long snout, and it's not for nothing. They have sensory structures, pores all over it, that help them locate their prey, like squid, fish, and crustaceans. And
that is kind of impressive.
I am not a squid, fish, or crustacean.
Yeah, goblins are right word for the only shark in the world with a receding gum line. But you got
don't finish that, Meaty. Please don't finish that sentence.
Eating your own jaw to catch calories is
guys, do not put your dick in that. Please do not put your penis in that.
Creatures rolling in it deep have evolved some of the most creative ways of bagging groceries. Probably the most popular is the fish that nearly turned Nemo into an orphan.
Yeah, no, this scared the shit out of me in Nemo.
The anglerfish has 2 defining personality traits, and one of them
I'm honestly still kind of scared.
Right in front of those life-canceling jaws.
Was anybody else scared of the anglerfish and Finding Nemo as like a kid? Because I was horrified. I remember I'd cry every single time this scene would come on, and I would hide like behind the couch.
Light actually comes from bioluminescent bacteria shacking up inside a modified fin. So when a bite
the SpongeBob one traumatized. Yeah, the SpongeBob one is kind of scary too.
Protein, the angler ensures that some fish out there never sees its father again. The other thing anglerfish got clout for is their mating habits. I'm not gonna get into it. Just know that if your marriage looks anything
do they
like
just like to fuck? Was everyone scared of the leopard seal and Happy Feet? I feel like this is like the 3rd time someone has come in my stream and said the leopard seal is scary.
You're gonna need both a divorce and a restraining order. And you know what? Intensive therapy on top of that, expeditiously. Nemo's paralysis demon isn't the only—
Yeah, this shit scared me as a kid. You cannot tell me as like a 4-year-old watching this, you wouldn't be scared.
Deep sea creature to weaponize light. This distinguished gentleman is known as a stoplight loose jaw, and his defining trait is that it uses a red light to hunt, which turns out to be a massive cheat code, since the longer the wavelength of a color, the less energy that wavelength has, and the faster it gets absorbed by water. And since the color red has the longest wavelength out of all of them, it's the first one to get absorbed. This is why red light can't reach the deep sea, and the animals living in the abyss that are red actually appear black, which makes it easier for them to hide from predatory smoke.
The male anglerfish will fuse to the female and permanently become a part of her. How does that biologically work? I need the science. Do they just like stick to each other?
Using red as a searchlight, it's pretty much cracked at this version of hide and seek. Not to mention, since most of the life down there can't even see red, it's able to catch bodies while also not giving up its location to predators or the prey it packs up. This fish really evolved a whole wall hack and a real-life invisibility cloak.
Males fused to your Oshi. I would like to respectfully ask if my shipwrecks not fused to me. Please and thank you. I would appreciate nobody fuse onto me.
That ain't crazy. And that freakish overbite ensures that once prey is found, it's lost forever. But why hunt prey when you could just sit and wait for it to come to you? That's the entire playbook for the deep sea lizard fish. Just look at that smile. You know he's on nefarious timing.
He kind of looks goofy to me. He kind of looks silly to me, I'm not gonna lie.
And at over 2 feet long, they earned the title of being one of the premier apex predators
Hello.
of the deep sea. As a habitual camper, they lie waiting for life to pass them by.
He looks like a goofy goober.
Before they lunge and use hypodermic needles for teeth to cancel it. And with apex standing for
amazing.
Anyone providing smoke gets extinguished, lizardfish don't hesitate to turn their own kind into coffin fodder. And with the whole point of those teeth being to hold struggling, panicking prey in place, they make sure they don't live long enough to learn from their mistake. But as much of a therapy bill this gecko guppy's mugshot might be, it might not even be the worst headshot in the ocean. Not as long as this.
I don't like this one at all.
Factor. I don't know.
Oh my god, it looks like my ex.
Anyone who would waste the oxygen.
It's like a one-to-one to my ex.
Trying to defend it.
Many say this is a face only a mother could love. Well, then maybe he is my son. This is the deep sea telescope fish, one of the most stunning creatures of the deep tropical oceans. They're found at depths of about
I don't know about that.
to 6,600.
Stunning is I think quite the stretch.
Feet below the surface of the ocean. I can't say that normally. Surface of the ocean. And like you'll see if you look up photos of them online, they are often photographed at unfortunate angles that don't do them any justice. They orient themselves upwards, hanging out vertically in the water column, as they use their specially adapted eyes to hunt for the silhouettes of their prey. There are 2 species of telescope fish, Gigantora indica and Gigantora chuni. Don't be fooled by their genus name, which makes them sound like they're gigantic.
They're just vertical guys.
Indica only gets to about 8 inches long and chuni a measly 6. They are just little guys. Gigantora actually translates to big tail, specifically. They are about half tail. But if they happen to latch onto a snack that's a bit bigger than their own size,
Medusa, yeah. Fuck that guy.
No problem at all. They underwent a series of skeletal reductions that allow for more room to just fold it in half. That's right. They are expert folders. In 1925, scientists found a 5.5-inch long viperfish inside the stomach of a 3-inch long telescope fish. They described it as neatly folded, an incredible quality possessed by the lovely telescope fish.
Yeah, I'm sure if we gave it Blistex and a hairline restoration surgery, he'd be cute, but that's just me. That being said, there's a lot of pretty dope things just chilling in the deep. Take the barrel-eyed fish, the fish with a transparent head that means it
I hope they mention the phantom jellyfish. The phantom jellyfish is one of my favorite, probably my favorite jellyfish.
Ops or prey directly above it, thanks to those 2 green gummy-looking orbs that are actually its eyes.
They're kind of good. Yes! They showed it! Guys, this is like the coolest jellyfish ever. Look at it.
Phantom jellyfish, equipped with 30-foot arms that makes this ET understudy the length of a whale shark. And when I say rare, I mean this jelly's only been seen like 100
Isn't it beautiful?
times in the history of mankind. So the fact that you're watching this right now is kind of wild. Then you have the deep sea Dumbo octopus that copes with stress by turning itself into a ball to discourage predators from eating it. And if this
my god,
familiar,
it's expanding. Why do you use this image? Damn.
Thighs. The vampire squid does the inverse, as they'll turn themselves inside out and into their own
Those
personal
are so
panic room whenever
nature is quite amazing. Ain't that the jellyfish with the basic creature from Nope from? Yeah. Dude, if you haven't seen Nope, that movie's actually quite terrifying. That if you like that one scene where they all got sucked up into that and you just hear their screams and stuff, it's very haunting.
they're pressed by a possible predator. And how about a sea pig for you? Take everything I said about sea cucumbers and forget it for a second, because honestly, they're just really cute in a way I can't fully
They are. I feel very maternal
explain. But
towards
it's not hard
them.
to see what makes this squid instant serotonin.
Look at him. He's a baby. It's a baby. I want to take care of it.
Rosia pacifica, or the stubby squid, is actually more like a cuttlefish. It's also a cuddly fish, and it's nature's apology letter for the sheer trauma it saturated the ocean with. It's actually real, and those arts and crafts looking eyes help it catch prey on a nocturnal schedule. It's also important as an environmental indicator, since scientists will often study their responses to changes in water pH and use that to determine how polluted the water is around them. Which
That's
you
pretty
would think would
cool.
earn this anime octopus the respect of the scientific community. Well, you'd be wrong. There's a video
Wait,
where some
what?
scientists found one, and let me just say, not even Hiroshima got roasted that hard. But that's gonna do it for
Oh.
this video. Make sure you go ahead and drink water, hug your moms, go subscribe to Lindsay's channel, link will be in the description. Shout out to Lindsay for being in this video, and I'ma see y'all in the next one.
It's like Dave looks fake. Like Dave.
Type 1 if you would protect that thing. I would. That is so cute.
Like googly eyes. I look, they just painted them on.
They do look like googly eyes.
It looks so fake.
So some other aerobic team just came before and just left it here.
It's like some little kid dropped their toy.
Oh.
Trash.
They're just making fun of him.
Oh,
It's not his fault. He's cute.
He is awesome.
That's a good focus
right there. Great focus, Justin.
It's freaking me out.
I want to see him move.
It's a.
Do something.
Do something. Flash your lights.
I love him. It's my son. My stupid ass son. It is a Roomba. You're seriously underestimating the ocean's ability to massacre your mental health. True. Please don't send your therapy bills to me. I am not responsible for most of these. I might have had a hand in that little squid on the end, but you know, I had to make something cute. All right, I had to make something adorable for the little guy. Okay. He had to be cute. He had to be a baby. That do something. Blink, motherfucker. Are you talking about the cat? What was that cat's name? What is it? Cat blink meme. Is it the blink? Oh, Wilfred! This guy.
What the fuck is that? A fucking cat? Hey, don't fucking look at me like that. That's a weird looking fucking cat. Ma! Yo, there's a stray cat outside. I don't want it starting a fight with Lucy.
Oh my god. Ma!
Lucy, it's
Lucy's looking down like, what the fuck is that?
okay. It's okay, Lucy. Don't worry about it. Ma! Ma, there's a weird fucking stray cat outside. It looks like
Honestly, he's like ugly cute. You know what I mean? He's like ugly cute.
Come on, a fucking thing. Hey, get the fuck out of here. I don't even know if that's a fucking cat. Blink, motherfucker.
Blink, motherfucker.
No. What is that?
Oh my god, he's back.
Ma! Put the dogs away. There's something in the backyard. Ma, put the fucking dogs away. There's something in the backyard.
That cat has seen things. He has seen everything.
Ah!
Oh!
What the fuck he's back!
Oh!
Ma! Call the fucking cops! That fucking cat is back!
What are the cops going to do, my guy? What are the cops going to do?
Yeah!
Somebody help him! It's okay. I will take care of you, Wilfred.
Ma!
Oh no.
Can you come upstairs? That fucking cat's stuck in
Look
the
at
house.
him!
Oh shit. Please. Ma, can you come upstairs? A fucking cat came in the house.
What is Ma gonna do?
I'm under the bed.
Oh!
Ma. No. Here it come, Ma. Ma, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, do whatever you do. Take a piss, take a poo-poo, do whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Go on. Go ahead.
Can I just say, one of my favorite things I've ever bought for my home is like those litter robots. Dude, Marshmallow is so spoiled. She has one of those like fancy litter robots. I spent like $500 on it. Okay, she'll poop in it, and then right after she poops, it'll wait a little bit, and then it'll like filter her litter, throw out the poop, and then it's just clean litter again. Wonderful investment. I love that goddamn thing so much.
Don't. Nobody likes that fucking noise. Stop.
Marshmallow does that. She cleans her paws. She scratches like the edge of the litter robot to clean her paws before she finishes.
Nobody likes it.
Might get a Roomba one day. Guys, I want my Roomba so bad.
On the walls now, you little fucking weirdo. Ma, the cat's gonna fucking scratch up the walls, Mom. Go on. Go take a poo-poo. No.
Oh my God.
Mom, fucking cat. What are you doing? Come on, go take a piss or something. Drive me fucking crazy in here. Ma, don't look at me like that.
This is how I gotta fucking wake up.
Oh my God, Wilfred's all dressed up.
Cocksucker. I don't want you outside my fucking door when I wake up. I don't know why the fuck you're still wearing a Santa Claus outfit.
Wilfred's here to deliver you presents. What do you mean?
A fucking week ago. Now, when I tell my ma, I don't want everyone saying you're a fucking tattletale. Blink, motherfucker, make a move. Mom! Mom, why is it outside my door, Mom? I just fucking woke up. Ma!
Oh!
The cat's outside my fucking
That's
door.
probably Ma's cat.
Yo, stay in the bag.
I love this one. Look at him.
Yo, get the fuck back in that bag.
I love it. Look.
Yo, get the...
Look at his little face.
Fuck back in that bag, you bug-eyed motherfucker. Ma, you gotta keep your cat in the bag.
That is Ma's cat.
Mom! Mom, the cat's out of the bag, Mom!
Oh no, he's escaping! He's escaping!
Back in the bag, please, Mom!
To this day, we've never seen his mother's face. We have a rough idea what Grandma looks like, though. The SCP has escaped containment. Bro's going through and he's stressed. That cat has given him has added, I don't even know, or removed like years off his lifespan. That cat's kind of adorable. True, he's like ugly cute, you know? He's like ugly cute. Okay, let's find another video. Sorry, my tummy. I don't know if it's my tummy. It's my abdomen. I don't know. I think I'm feeling the cramps again. I might need to go retake my medicine. Blink, motherfucker. Blink. Blink, bitch, blink. The cat's out of the bag. The cat's out of the bag, guys. The cat's out of the bag. Oh my goodness. Okay. I say as I am looking for something. I'm looking for something. The cat is his man's sleep paralysis demon. Not gonna lie, if I woke up to that cat and it was like staring at me and while I was sleeping, I think I would 100% be scared as shit. I would be very, very, very horrified. Man. Let's see. What do I want to watch? I'm like now looking at the Definitely can't watch that. Someone was asking me to watch the new leaderboard episode, but I'm not caught up with leaderboard. Good night, Shadow Wilkes. I guess we could watch another casual Geographic. Why the Amazon makes Australia look like a joke. We spent so much time watching Warpars that I remember somebody, I think it might have been the last stream, somebody's like, oh, you're scared of Australia and you're scared of Africa? No, the Amazon is the terrifying one. So we're going to watch why the Amazon makes Australia look like a joke by Casual Geographic. Oh, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Amazing. What is even happening here?
Boy, ain't no way, boy. Boy, ain't no. If Australia is Satan's sandbox, then the Amazon is its older brother raised by Brazil's Snake Island and tutored by the Darien Gap while babysat by the Serengeti. The land
I would be scared.
And a felony deer and 8-legged landlords is a country club compared to the largest rainforest and factory of nonsense.
How much of the Amazon rainforest has like actually been explored? I feel like that place is so dense that it's gonna be hard to navigate
on the planet, because Australia is not that bad for what its reputation is, and for the most
and like
part,
get in.
discernment and common sense will keep you in present tense. But also, the Amazon
oh my God!
Australia's lunch money. This is a jungle that has swallowed cities, animated nightmares, and even
I'm
Charles
good.
Darwin was naturally selected as a tribute to the forest. Allegedly, the Amazon
allegedly
is full of hell from top to bottom, but the most dangerous animals in it,
like less than 15%. That is insane.
Time horizontal will surprise you. And what better way to start than with
Can you raise the volume of the video? Is it low? Hold up. Surely, guys, it's a cat. It's cat-shaped. Thus, it's friend-shaped, right? It's friendly. It won't hurt us.
The Yaguara, the cat whose name means he who kills with one leap. Fitting, because this cat is a walking one-shot, and arguably one of the most unfair apex predators out there. They can swim better than any big cat ever should. They can also climb, and these talents they'll combine to reign absolute pain on the food chain. Jaguars are the third
looked fun.
Largest.
That's what I do at the pool.
Cat, and the biggest you'll find in America. But pound for pound, no other cat bites harder. Thanks to a wide skull packed with masseter muscles and a shorter jaw for more
surely because cat, I can keep it at home, right?
Crushing leverage, a motivated jaguar is said to have a bite force 7 times its own body weight, outclassing their carnivorous counterparts. The bull shark of the big cats has a bite that can break through a sea turtle's carapace, which they regularly prey on.
Regularly prey on? Huh?
They also flatline caiman, thanks to the jaguar's habit of going for the back of the head. It's a hell of an attitude
Jesus
one that can penetrate the skull and pierce the brain and leave a caiman anything but okay. So safe to say, you'd have no chance if John Whiskers decided to make you a memory. Victims of jaguar attacks all have one thing in common, and it's that they all look like they were mauled by a claw hammer. In 2010, a 17-year-old was returning from a fishing trip when a jaguar exploded out of a ravine and jumped onto the boat, knocking both into the water before resurfacing with the teen's head in its mouth. A bystander fended the cat off with an iron pipe, and somehow the teen survived despite devastating head trauma, memory loss, and bone fragments from his skull nearly piercing his brain. In 2000,
that is hardcore and sad.
2008,
it did all of that?
A jaguar wandered into an open tent and mauled the 21-year-old inside to death, with his body found with fatal damage to his spinal cord. Jaguars are the Amazon equalizer.
Oh,
many people
Jesus Christ.
The humbling part is,
guys, I can fix the jaguar.
They could easily do way worse. Out of all the big cats, it's jaguar attacks that are the least likely, other than snow leopards, and they live on heaven's driveway. From 1950 to 2025, there have been only 84 recorded jaguar attacks on people in the Brazilian Amazon, with 13 deaths.
That's actually pretty low.
Not only is that a little more than one attack a year, many incidents involve hunters flanked by hunting dogs. Most people that have run into a wild jaguar will tell you they're more likely to barely acknowledge you and just keep it pushing. This is an apex predator that actively avoids us. And for good reason.
Are they scared of us?
Humans nearly wiped them out and they're only just starting to come back to the United States. We're definitely what this brolic big cat has not
They're just coming back to the United States? Where are they located in the United States? I need to know.
Nightmares about. And while none of that's any solace if you do get pressed by a jaguar, there's actually much worse things to encounter in the Amazon than a leopard that lifts.
Yeah, I don't think I'm too worried about this guy.
For example.
What the fuck? What is that?
You'll probably never hear a sound like that in the Amazon.
What is that?
You may never hear anything ever again, because a gang of giant river otters can absolutely
Oh, these guys are violent. They're actually kind of scary.
One alone can grow to 6 feet long and is tough enough to square up with a jaguar, but an army of arañas is like a high-functioning water wolf pack.
Yeah, I was about to say it's like a I was gonna say pride, but yeah, it's all the homies just ready to jump.
The otters will also victimize caiman with signs.
Jaguars used to be found in Montana, in Arizona. What the fuck? New Mexico? That's a little too close to the Pacific, if you ask me.
It's just watching a pack of fur piranhas eviscerate a 5-foot caiman to nothing. No bones, no skull, just a former concept in under 45 minutes. Giant otters are built like a bad trip, with eyes that could win a staring contest with the void. But just like with jaguars, it's actually their cousins that do more damage. Despite local legends of giant otters capsizing canoes and tearing the canoeists to shreds, this bug-eyed breaststroking abomination mostly eats fish and rarely comes into contact with people. There's no case of a wild giant otter authoring a human obituary.
They were hunted to extinction by railroad companies in the late 1800s? Why?
It would likely be defensive. But God help you if you offend otters enough for that, because this man showed what the consequences could be. Because after rescuing a child that had fallen into the otter den at a zoo, Sergeant Silvio Hollenbach was swarmed and mauled by a family of enraged otters, which ultimately killed him. But an important fact is, it was likely in defense of recently born otter pups. So just like a jaguar, this is an apex predator that's more likely to ignore you than gore you. But it's always best to respect a creature that could put a jaguar in reverse with no key. Which is why you should be more afraid of the giant anteater, the ultimate sleeper build, because the
oh my god. Do they eat more than ants?
Same claws they use to break into termite mounds can easily tuck you in for a permanap. And when you realize termite mounds are built like concrete, then you'll realize that I lied. A 7-foot feather duster is something a jaguar has to worry about. Giant anteaters have killed
are they like constantly squaring
jaguars, and they have a human body count too.
Oh my god, the wealthy wanted more. Jesus Christ. They were in the way of westward expansion and jaguars would attack cattle. Interesting.
In 2012, a 47-year-old hunter approached an anteater head-on, as if he didn't take the animal seriously. The anteater slashed his thigh and bled him to death. 2 years earlier, an anteater defended itself against another hunter, and killed him after severing his femoral artery. A homicidal panda-armed vacuum cleaner is not a joke. The first red flag is being anything that comfortable in the presence of a predator. But the reason I'd be more nervous around a termite terminator than a jaguar is the predator paradox. Remember, with predators, you gotta earn their concern. Unless cubs are involved, otters won't bother, and jaguars are big enough to not care. But a legally blind Freddy Krueger steroid sloth will bleed you the first time you look like a
I'm good. Anteaters are blind, so they treat everything like an
threat. And they don't get safer in captivity. Because in 2007, a zookeeper was gored so badly, she had to get her leg amputated in an operation that ultimately killed her. You're gonna
Jesus Christ.
Learn that you fear the prey more than the predator, which is why it's surprising that arguably the jaguar's most feared prey is an animal you probably wouldn't think of. You're screwed if you get pressed by peccary. Not just
wait, they're kind of cute though.
Just because they have tusks that can emancipate your insides. Because they roll in packs
they're
too
kind
and
of
will
cute.
defend each other. 300-pound jaguars have been driven up the trees by murder swine. And from this video, you can see they'll deliver that same smoke to people. This is the mammal that scares me the most in the Amazon. Because if you see one, you know many more will follow. People have found dead jaguars with stab.
Okay.
But surrounded by hooves. That pretty much tells you how the cat went out. Not only is this not a pig likely responsible for gun laws in certain states, it's arguably the worst mammalian jump scare in the jungle. But the most dangerous is an animal you may not have even considered, unless you live there. Because in a study interviewing over 120 people, more than 40% have been attacked by a vampire bat. Only
Oh
3
yeah,
species
these are
regularly
horrifying.
feed on blood, but the common vampire bat specializes in bleeding mammals. Usually that means seals and livestock, but opportunity can bring them right to humans. The first known outbreak of human rabies transmitted by bats was in 1930s Trinidad, where up to 90 people died. In 2005, there were 55 human rabies cases caused by bats.
Yeah, you don't fuck with rabies. I think what most people that get rabies die. If anything, everyone who ends up getting rabies dies.
Which was up from the 46 in 2004. Since the 1930s, it's estimated that over 1,000 people have
If
died.
I offer you a drop of blood, will they leave? Would I offer you a drop of blood? Will they leave me alone?
Vampire bat-assisted rabies, with the bulk being in Brazil and Peru. Now, bats already get a lot of shit, and I feel bad for even contributing to it. Just keep in mind that typically less than 1% of bats in an area may have rabies.
Once you start showing symptoms of rabies, it's too late.
At any given time.
Oh,
and they're only
7.
really a problem in places with difficult access to medical attention, like the Amazon. But there's also a chance bats being more dangerous
Just like the Amazon.
One species was said to only bleed birds like guan and tinamous, but with their natural prey driven out by human activity, they started resorting to people, with a 2016 study finding human blood in bat samples. Mind you, before it was thought that these bats would rather starve than drink mammalian blood. Bats have an unfair reputation for what they do for the world. Without them, we wouldn't have chocolate or tequila. But it'd also be a lie if I said the chances you fall asleep outside and get your blood assets drained aren't zero. In their defense, the mammals of the Amazon are only responsible for a fraction of the life
I don't know. I would never fall asleep in the Amazon.
requirements there. Well, most of the mammals. Wink, wink. But it's the reptiles that are more infamous. And no reptile displays the insanity of the Amazon more than the caiman. I feel so bad for the caiman. It seems evolving on a winning team only led to them getting bodied.
Oh,
they get their wings
Lord.
split by jaguars and can get mauled by otters.
These poor guys.
Flatlined by anaconda.
They
and
just are
electrocuted
living
by
their
an animal that has
lives.
no business having that power. When they're small, they can get attacked on tightened by heron or ravished by rodents. And when they finally get big enough, caiman earned the ire of the most dangerous predator of all time. Caiman got dropped into hardcore server and have been getting curb stomped by the jungle census since. Except there's one caiman this doesn't really apply to. The black caiman can grow to 16 feet long, weigh over 1,000 pounds.
Oh my god!
And an adult
That's an actual monster!
would not take this crap from a jaguar. In fact, in the land of apex predators, the black caiman might be the apex predator, as many locals fear them more than any
my god, look at them.
otter or eel. Since 2014, there have been 66 caiman attacks with 19 deaths, with most occurring near fishing sites. And while most of these attacks are defensive or straight up provoked by people, the scariest thing is their personalities. Caiman in areas where they've historically been hunted are shy.
No!
And super people avoidant.
Heck
But in other
no!
areas, people will
I'm
tell you
okay,
that they'll
brother.
attack anything that moves.
Leave him in
And
the
I promise
water.
you're not ready for
I don't
how
want
powerful the
anything to
biggest
do
member
with
of the
him. I'm
alligator family
okay.
can be. Just the force of their tail can shatter your knee with a well-aimed swing. But unlike crocodiles, caiman don't really have the reputation for becoming man-eaters, and like others, a majority of their victims are fish. And again, it's another example of humans being the real monsters. Because the black caiman was nearly poached into extinction for its hide, so bad that it led to the explosion of the capybara and piranha that were being kept in check.
No, not the capybaras.
Which ironically would only bite humanity right in the agriculture. But there's one reptile that has a reputation worse than the caiman, and it's... This trigger warning's only because my mom's afraid of snakes, and if you're like her,
My mom is also very, very afraid of snakes.
go to this timestamp. Last warning, because the other side of this trigger warning is the biggest snake on the planet. Not the longest, that would be the reticulated python. But
If this ever happened to me, I think I would be
the
scared.
heavyweight title goes to the green anaconda. Now, the anaconda is actually the animal victim to the most egregious size exaggerations of any animal. But most agree, a female can reach the neighborhood of 20 feet long and violate the scales at nearly 550 pounds.
I'm okay,
you probably know
brother.
the anaconda life deprives with an existing ending embrace, but it's not the suffocation.
Listen, I watched that new Anaconda movie with I don't even know. It was like the new one. It was on Netflix for a little bit. I was bored. I'm like, oh, sure, I'll put this on while I'm doing something. And I was watching. I'm like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in my life.
Does you. It's the fact that they squeeze so tight.
Yeah, this is an actual danger noodle.
Heart can't pump against the pressure, and any blood flow to
I
the
remember
brain
I
gets
haven't
blocked.
watched the old one. I watched the new one. And the new one is so stupid.
Not to mention, backwards facing teeth make it impossible to escape custody. An adult Amazonian anaconda is another.
Yeah,
apex
Jack
predator.
Black. Yeah, that was BRB, my Reddit just got hacked. Huh?
One that can
The old one was stupid too. I haven't seen the old one.
swallow virtually anything, thanks to jaws that don't unhinge but actually stretch to accommodate. And a windpipe they can shove out of their mouths to breathe through like a meat snorkel. So Stevie Wonder could see how Titanoboa's little brother
Why are you swimming with the snake?
could easily void a human.
Why are you doing that?
Human shoulders are the #1 reason most snakes aren't physically capable of swallowing a human, and even if
He's
they
got
are,
Ice Cube in it. Yeah, my favorite Ice Cube movie is War of the Worlds. That was a peak film. I'm just kidding. That film was horrible.
Very rare for one to try, let alone succeed. And even though the biggest anacondas probably could, there are 0 cases of one ever eating a person. Let me say that
Really?
again. It's never happened that we know of.
I mean, who was alive to tell the tale, right?
People have been struck by condos, but the animal that eats like 5 times a year and then spends the rest of it on power save mode definitely is doing it out of defense. Meaning if a paraplegic...
What mankind is kind of dumb, you ain't get. What do you mean?
dragon bites you, you probably did something. I get it, but this is not the snake to be afraid of in the Amazon. That would be, look, snakes have a worse PR than bats, so I don't even want to do them like that. But if you see a pit viper in a...
That's so funny.
Pick a higher power and start a conversation.
Look at him, he just plays
dead. A lot of venomous snakes in the Amazon, and the most infamous is the common lancehead, or the fer-de-lance. Out of all the venomous snake bites in the Amazon, the common lancehead is responsible for up to 90%. Between 2012 and 2021, the number of common lancehead bites was 202,604, with 766 deaths. And I'm gonna link the study that said it in the description because I read it and I don't believe it. Lancehead venom isn't just toxic, it's designed to murk prey fast so the snake doesn't have to track them. The venom attacks tissues and blood cells and causes them to lyse and burst, instigating internal hemorrhaging while also blocking blood clotting with anticoagulants to keep you bleeding. And it happens fast. One 10-year-old girl was bit, and even with relatively quick medical attention, she still had to get her leg amputated. Another girl was struck, likely by a fer-de-lance, and the venom turned her leg into a black stick. You can look it up if you want, I'm sure as hell not going to show it here, but a black stick tinted green. That is what her leg was reduced to. Now what caused her leg was the fact that she was originally treated with traditional medicine and not brought to a clinic until a month later. Most times with immediate medical, a majority of bite victims end up making a full recovery. And the fact that most bites end up being dry explains the low bite to death ratio. But it's when you get envenomated in an area of difficult or remote access that you're basically a walking corpse. The sad part is, snakes don't want to resort to using venom unless they think their life is in danger. In fact, most times the snake will bite at you instead of biting you. But lanceheads often hunt rats in coffee or banana plantations, which can lead to a double-edged jump scare for them and the farm workers. So while everyone's scared of Satan's weighted jump rope, it's a snake you don't see that should scare you. Also, honorable mention to the Bushmaster. With a name like that, you are not to be played with. You got it. But it's not just the venomous.
I will leave you alone.
The poisonous ones will get you too. And the Amazon has the most poisonous animal on the planet. And the fact that it's a tiny skittle of a frog.
Look, guys, surely this cute little frog wouldn't hurt you, right?
It's the second biggest you of the forest. The same caustic hermit that could sleep comfortably on a quarter.
He's so tiny.
One shot 20 people, 20,000 mice, and 2 bull African elephants.
2 bull African elephants? What is
the poison dart
this?
frog got its name from
what is that guy
rubbing
doing?
their arrow tips on the frog's back. If you were to get injected, at best the batrachotoxin would cause numbness and nausea. At a higher concentration, the poison that runs interference between nerves would cause paralysis, convulsions, and even seizures. Any higher and the paralysis of the diaphragm and heart failure would cause suffocation, cardiac arrest.
They're kind of cute though, no?
To add insult to permanent inactivity, it's not even their poison they're packing. That is a stolen bag. The amphibian poison pill gets it from the beetles they eat and open carries the chemicals. To my knowledge, a poison frog hasn't directly packed up a person, but recently Russian opposition Alexei Navalny was lethally poisoned by poison frog poison. So on the list of animals to fear in the Amazon, rancid rabbits are pretty low. Mostly because their dress code is a literal red flag, along with green, gold, and all the others. Getting in the water is different, because you'd likely never see it coming. So what is the scariest fish in the Amazon? Because there are a lot of options. The arapaima is a several hundred-pound armor-plated Jurassic guppy that can easily...
Why are they doing that?
Turn the lights off.
Why? Literally,
the most aggressive
why?
shark species and the closest to the stereotype.
Why are they doing that?
The Amazon. And while they're not as unhinged as their reputation is, and attacks in rivers are super rare, murky river water is the best place to become a shark statistic. And the pacu has human teeth and has been...
That does not look right at all. That doesn't look right.
Nicknamed the ball cutter. No further...
That's what they call me. That's what they called me in high school, the ball cutter.
Comment. But the most infamous fish in the Amazon is the candiru, and they're the reason people say you should never pee.
What? This is the river. This is freshwater. This is not my territory.
The waters. Because according to legend, the parasitic pin needle will follow the urine up your urethra, where they get lodged up.
Huh? What? They go up your what?
There with their back. The parasitic pin needle will follow the urine up your urethra, where they get lodged up there with.
Oh my
Their backwards facing spines. Think of the anaconda's jaws, but clamped inside the most sensitive part of your body, and allegedly, only invasive surgery can remove it. But in all of humanity's history, there has been only one recorded case of such a fate, with one man in 1997 claiming that a candiru jumped out of the water, swam up his pee stream, and into him. Yet science has proven that not only is that physically impossible, like fluid physics, it has also been proven that candiru aren't even attracted to human urine. The piranha is another fish with bad PR.
Oh, I don't fuck with piranhas. I remember what was that, the piranha movie? That was a myth. Imagine it was true though. Oh, God. Yeah, the piranha movie, I don't remember. I seen it as a kid. Is it literally just called piranha? Yeah, that scared me as a kid.
Scavengers that also eat plants. You could sit in a pool of feeding piranhas and, like a toddler's vegetables, likely go untouched. Now, attacks do happen, and headlines can be something out of a horror movie, but they're rare, and usually only in times of extreme environmental stress and shallow water. Also, the whole piranha flesh stripping a cow thing was actually a psyop staged by locals to impress President Theodore Roosevelt. You're much more likely to accidentally eat a piranha than the other way around, and even the paku's ball-biting reputation has been greatly exaggerated. So what's the scariest fish in the Amazon? It's definitely the one that's less eel than fish. The alleged eel is actually a knife fish related to a catfish.
Oh, it's Juna Unagi.
Closer to an aquatic taser. The fact that there's a fish that just up and weaponized electricity and we just all accept that as a fact of life is the third biggest middle finger the Amazon has to offer. And at 8 feet up to 40 pounds, this imitation eel has killed people. But it's not the
It's literally just Juna Unagi.
electricity you worry about. It's getting knocked out in water and drowning knee deep. It's also the fact they can jump out of the water to tase you, which a scientist discovered by accident when he tried transferring one into a new aquarium and nearly got fried in the process. Not to mention 8 feet of not an eel.
Juna is the scariest thing in the Amazon River.
They have all their vital organs packed into 20% of their body. The remaining 80 is reserved for electric organs. This is one of those things you blindly accept as a kid, only to severely question the existence of as an adult. So we went through mammals, reptiles, fish, and amphibians. That only leaves the most dangerous group of all. Kinda. Because spiders aren't insects, but damn it, they're going in this section.
I'm okay.
Oh, yeah, spider warning. So
okay, I can't skip this part.
Goliath bird-eating spiders are the largest tarantulas in the world. Funny thing is, they rarely prey on birds, but the baby guy made damn sure you don't forget they can. They mostly go for rats, frogs, lizards, sometimes snakes, and they do this by paralyzing prey with venom, and then liquefying their insides with enzymes to turn the prey into soup. But as that one weird spider apologist that refused to kill them, I gotta say that tarantulas are virtually harmless, with venom no worse than a wasp sting, and they've never killed a human. The most dangerous thing about them is that they're terrified of humans and will flick highly irritating hairs into your face as defense.
I don't like you either, brother. I don't like you either.
As intimidating as a Goliath might be, they're like a soft-shelled lobster to a coati. And people too, because the tarantula is considered a delicacy. Now this spider is a different ball.
I'm okay, thank you though.
The Brazilian wandering spider is responsible for thousands of bites a year. With an estimated 40,000 occurring annually in its namesake country. Like the tarantula, they're also afraid of people and lash out defensively. The problem is, they also hide in dark crevices, which leads to a mutual jump scare.
Casual Australia
They have an
moment.
especially bad habit of finding themselves inside shipments of bananas. There was one time a store
I'm never eating bananas again.
For several days after one spawned out of a banana crate like a jack-in-the-box. Appropriate response because the Brazilian Antichrist venom has a lot of effects: paralysis, trouble breathing. But the most infamous side effect is that envenomation can cause a painful, several-hour case of priapism. Now Google priapism and you'll understand why this is the #1 middle finger of the rainforest. One that can end your baby-making career permanently. But even with thousands of recorded bites
what do you mean by that?
There have been less than 20 deaths recorded since the 1900s. Mostly because, again, animals don't love to waste venom, and most bites are dry, and even if they aren't, with anti-venom, you're almost guaranteed to be fine. That being said, you better have anti-venom. I love Die Hard, not enough to live it. That being said, I take a spider over a centipede. The Amazonian variety
I don't like things with more than 4 legs.
With a prey list that can include
oh
birds,
my god,
bats,
I don't
rats.
like those
Centipedes like this
things.
can submit prey 15
I don't
times
like
the
those
size
things
with
at all.
paralyzing neurotoxic venom. And it is no exaggeration, one of the most painful bites a human being can experience. It probably won't kill you, and that's not as a favor to you. There's at least one case of a centipede subtracting a person, and it was when a Venezuelan child opened a soda can and was mortally wounded by the crawly hidden inside. That does raise one hell of a question, though.
I don't like it at all.
Centipede
I'm
or
okay.
stings from bullet ants. How it got its name is pretty straightforward.
Okay, this is
but its
fine.
indigenous name translates to the one who wounds deeply, as well as 24-hour ant, because you're scheduled
Wonderful.
for 24 hours of agony and untold suffering once you get bit. Entomologist Justin Schmidt has described a sting as less like a gunshot and more like walking over flaming charcoal with 3-inch nails stuck up your foot. The ants are even used as a rite of passage for the Setere Mawe
Those are
people,
large-ass
with those
ants.
initiated having to wear a glove of these piss ants for some time, all while being lit up by the insects. It's a process that can cause temporary paralysis and hallucinations, and the process is done not once, but up to 20 times. It's a different level of pain, but one that's not lethal, as bullet ants have never killed a person. Yeah. So as unpleasant as a run-in with a wandering
As
spider,
that we know of,
centipede,
right?
or ant army would be, those aren't the bites you fear the most. This is. Cause the kissing bug is statistically one of the deadliest animals in the Amazon, with a worldwide kill rate of over 10,000, with over
10,000? 10,000?
7 million people infected, and it's because the assassin bugs can spread a parasite that delivers Chagas disease, a parasite they spread through their poop. Once you accidentally rub the infected feces into a bite wound, you've been got, and you often don't realize it until you wake up looking like you lost an argument to Mike Tyson. It's an uncomfortable, unsightly disease.
I'm okay. Thank you, though.
One that erases tens of thousands of lives in the Amazon, including, allegedly, Charles Darwin. It's highly suspected that the long-time 40-year illness and eventual demise of the father of evolution was caused by a one-time run-in with a kissing bug and the development of Chagas that came after. By the numbers, that makes this bug one of the deadliest creatures in the jungle. But not number one. That spot goes to the deadliest animal of all time. The animal you should fear the most isn't a jaguar, anaconda, caiman, or even unethical Viagra. It's the mosquito. The mosquito has buried more people than...
I hate this goddamn mosquitoes. I hate getting bit by them. They really, really enjoy my blood. Apparently, I have their most ideal blood type. So every time I walk outside and it's like wet and gross and the mosquitoes are all out, I get bit so many times.
Every single war in human history combined. And it's no different in Earth's biggest jungle, as Anopheles darlingi has killed untold numbers of people, as largely the biggest vector of malaria, along with other maladies like dengue, yellow fever, and even Zika. I consider them so dangerous because there's no confusion if a jaguar or viper bites you, but mosquito bites can easily go under the radar until you wake up.
There was one time I came home one day and it was because I was outside. I forgot what I was doing. I might have been at like the park with like friends or something. And I came home and I was like, why am I so itchy? And I like started itching and I'm like, why is there a bump? I counted 30. I got bit 30 times by a mosquito. How I did not get a disease, I have no clue.
And the worst part is, mosquitoes could easily be way worse. One, because only females suck blood, but also because out of the thousands of species, mainly 3 are responsible for census cuts on humanity. One adjustment by them,
30, yeah, I got bit 30 times.
Possibly wipe us out, but again, it might be our own fault they're so dangerous, as deforestation has boosted the number of bites, and those same deforested areas can have biting rates 278 times the normal. And that's why it's humans that are tied for the most dangerous animal in the Amazon.
Yep,
it's been
agreed.
said that deforestation has killed 500,000 people in the last 20 years, with nearly 30,000 a year attributed to heat stress. But human-caused
Dry deodorant will neutralize the itch of mosquito bites. I will take note of that.
deaths can be even more direct, as over 1,700 activists have been murdered in the Amazon between 2012.
Yeah, you can't get rid of mosquitoes. I feel like that would be so hard.
While trying to prevent activity like mining, oil drilling, and logging. That's more than the deaths due to jaguars, anacondas, caiman, venomous snakes, and spiders combined. So no, I'm not just being edgy when I say one of the most life-threatening things you can run into in the world's most dangerous jungle is another human. And most of those murks were indigenous activists fighting for their land. Now keep in mind, it was also humans that nearly drove the caiman out of commission, a panther into past tense, and many, many more. As for the Amazon, it is as dangerous as it is beautiful, and the animals in it are really only doing what they can to survive, and both are worthy of our respect and fear. Because the most terrifying thing about them is the reality of a world where they're not here.
Humans suck, and I don't know the context of this video. This is Artavo Duarte, aka the Snake Ninja, a Brazilian activist and conservationist famous for putting poisonous and venomous animals in his mouth to raise awareness and protest against Amazon deforestation and river pollution. That is crazy. I think you could do all of those things without putting dangerous animals in your mouth. But yeah. Do not know why he would choose to do this as a way to protest. I feel like there's much safer ways that don't involve you potentially dying. That is disgusting. Oh God, I feel sick after seeing that. I hope that guy is still alive. I don't. The Amazon, perhaps maybe the Amazon might have won the war of most dangerous animal place where the most dangerous animals are at. Oh God. Anyways, I think I'm done reacting today. All those animal videos, made me feel a little ill. Just a little bit. Anyways, I think that's it for today, guys. I'm gonna go eat. Tomorrow, I will be live at 6 p.m. Pacific time. Different time than I usually go live. So, it is my birthday countdown stream tomorrow. We will be streaming until midnight tomorrow for my birthday. So I hope you guys can come hang out for the weekend with me. I'll be doing call-ins with friends and collabs tomorrow. So I hope you guys can join me because it'll be a lot of fun. If you haven't done so yet, go join my Discord server. Follow me on all my socials, Poseidon Mythos. And also go buy my merch because my merch is really cool. Yes. Anyways, I'm gonna go send you guys off. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for my birthday countdown stream. Okay, bye-bye!